Can you go in and show me at Comcast what the portal looks like?
And it's weird, like, one minute you can leave a message and then you can't. And Dan thinks it's because we were both calling at the same time this morning.
But you could this morning?
Now you can't.
Regis.
Outage detected in your area.
I don't think that credit's right. That should be higher.
Okay, so we go here. We go to inbox. This is where we check voicemails for Martino, 303 Martino. Mobility line with voicemail, whatever that means.
No.
So someone was able to leave a message yesterday during the show, but I didn't realize the phones were forwarded. But we can't leave messages, but this is where we check them. This is where Dan listens to
Go to greetings. Because what I just heard there is our phone system. It's not Comcast.
This is greetings.
Play it, I want to hear it.
Set. I don't think I have speakers. You have to call.
No, your computer's a speaker.
Okay. I don't see where to play it. Any settings.
Okay, wait, hold on.
None of that matters. We don't need readable voicemail. We don't need email notifications. Number of rings, reset voicemail pin. I mean, but this was not an issue. But if we both call at the same time, get on your cell phone and call 303 Martino. And then I'll dial right after you.
Hey, Courtney, Tom Martino. So, listen, I'm trying to work in the north, but I don't want to. I almost don't want it to make it sound like, oh, now they're only going north. A lot of people are stupid when they listen, so I want to go like plumb line, serving from to like maybe from Boulder to. By the way, are you doing Fort Collins or Stewart's? Okay, so from Boulder, Longmont to where? Castle Rock? Okay, so if I say that, it'll get in both. See, I know that you guys, when it comes to hiring and stuff, and I can do that during the show for free if you want to get people staffed into the north offices, but as far as consumers go, I don't really care so much that you have an office there. In other words, I don't want to take too much time in our commercial because time is precious. But I will, during the show though, if you guys ever need help getting people up there or anything like that, you can call me free. We can talk about that. Like if you're looking for employees, that's a great topic on the show. And it gets your name out there too. So feel free anytime you need to do that. Also, if you have a screening deal that comes up and you want, like, let's just say one day you're sitting at the table, guys, talking, saying electrical is really slow. You don't have to book a commercial. You don't have to do anything. You can text me, Tom. Could you do us a favor and push electrical? I can work that in without charging you. That's just like, because you've been clients for so long, I can do stuff like that, okay? So always keep that in mind when you're having a morning meeting and you need to push something. Okay, cool. I wanted to let you know. All right, see you. Bye. You know what? My seat is just on the fucking edge of this thing right here.
We'll fix that
where
for
I
you.
kick it. No, what I'm thinking of getting a piece of. You don't like those plastic things that go down for the chairs.
Or a glass one. You know what we should do is just get a bigger rug that covers it better.
No, this is a beautiful rug. I like this rug. What I'm thinking is maybe put it. I just didn't want to keep getting that corner.
Yeah, I know. It drives you nuts. Let me see here.
All right, there's that. I gotta go. We gotta go, people.
What time is it? Shit.
9:55.
Is Ross in?
I don't know.
Fucking Walmart stock. God damn Walmart. I'm going to be stuck in this motherfucker for years.
Get your heating and cooling system checked. When you're not under this, when you're not before things break down.
Yeah, poor Mike. He, you know, I'm asleep by 10, like out. He's down playing till, I guess he played till almost 3. And then, of course, I'm waking his ass up. Gotta go.
Did you win?
No. You know, I'm thinking you're winning. And I said, I think Spence is tubing. He was the guy on CNN. They got
oh, sure, tubing. Oh my God.
I'm a child. You forget that.
I never forget that.
Fuck. It's so funny when I'm in meetings like that. I have so many funny things I want to say, but they're so inappropriate these days.
Yeah, you can't say anything.
You can't. You fucking can't.
Nobody has a sense of humor. Everyone's afraid of lawyers and the woke mob.
God, it's insane, isn't it, man?
Yeah, it's insane. It feels so un-American. You know? It feels like frickin' Stalinist.
It is. It is. It doesn't just feel like it. This cancel culture is very fucking dangerous, honestly, man.
It really is.
But
it really
do
is.
you think we'll see that in the history of this country, that pendulum does swing?
Yeah.
I think it will come back, but I don't think it'll ever come back to where I would like it to swing.
You'll
back.
never be able to say retard again.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. It'll never go all the way back. And you know what? I don't completely mind.
Some stuff like that. I mean, I don't know.
It's sort of,
You realize that retard or moron and retard are actual words that were originally used on psych evaluations. I mean, literally.
Moron was?
Moron, yeah.
I mean, retard makes sense, right?
They're retarded.
Literally retarded, like slowed down in their development.
Of course. But then it became bad. Retard.
Yeah.
It does sound bad, though. It's a great word. I know. It's a great word. Damn it. We've been robbed of all the great words.
I know.
Nah, I don't know, man. You think he'll be back to playing soon?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. I just like that. I like 3 better.
I want to go get some new shoes.
Snow showers tomorrow. No.
Yaman. There you go. A lovely weekend.
With your gassy self and dog and stuff.
I don't know who's farting more, me or my dog. I know his smell worse, though.
Oh, sure.
Oh, my God. Bye, Suzanne.
Have a nice weekend.
Hey, I got my wipers adjusted.
Oh, what'd they say, by the way? they said that. Can you hear me? They said that if Tiger wasn't in that vehicle, his legs would be so fucked up. That vehicle actually has feet airbags. Fucking airbags in the feet. Oh, man. Yeah, it's a waste of time going up there right now.
Mark, we're not up yet, right?
Yes, we are always up 10 minutes before. Why?
Nothing. There's no, I'm not even getting close to the subject.
Got it.
But we have to.
Well, here, let me just change this. Hold on.
Well, let me just try, because it's been fuckery.
Oh, I am so happy you're here on a Friday. What's going on in your life? This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. Yeah, I take it. People say, Tom, do you actually take it? Yeah, I do. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Don't get me wrong. There are many CBD products out there. CBD in its purest form works. But Panacea Life is one of the few companies doing it right. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Tom in the promo code. you get 30% off. I want to talk about your life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. There's a major ruling in Texas, I believe, a federal judge ruled that the stay on evictions unconstitutional. What do you think, Mark? The stay.
I've thought that from day one. I don't know how Uncle Sam can get in between a deal me and you come up with. I don't get it.
Well, they can. And the federal government will try, and state government will try. Now, this was dealing with the federal stay on evictions. Now, I know people who are truly, truly hurt by this COVID. Truly. I know that they probably are hoping and praying for a break, and I understand that. Restaurant workers especially. But, Mark, I think in my heart, most people are using it as an excuse to get free rent.
More than not.
That's what I think. More than not, I feel it has been very abused. And I think landlords need a break. Really.
I find it odd that we can actually tell people you can only have 25% capacity in your establishment.
None of that. See, Mark, none of that is right. And also, here's what rubs me worse. And I've said this from the very beginning. There is no science at all. No science. My niece told me one time, follow the science. Then my stepson says to me, if we just shut everything down, everything, for 2 weeks, it would go away. People are brainwashed by science or what they perceive to be science. I don't want to get into that, okay? Because we all know by studies lockdowns did not work. Now, social distancing and masks are wise. Those things alone can help. But in a restaurant where you're isolated and distanced, you don't need to limit capacity. They arbitrarily limited it. Now, I think it should be limited if people are on top of each other. That would be wise, or anywhere. But here they limit restaurants, and then retail stores are crazy. I don't, like I said, I don't like COVID talk. You want to know why? Because everybody is just pissed off at it. We all are fighting this disease. No one thinks it's a walk in the park. Some people argue about the severities and all that, but we've seen everything from death to sniffy noses. So we can't say it's deadly every time. We can't say it's mild every time. We're never going to come to a consensus.
We're pretty good with the therapeutics now, though.
Yeah,
the chances of dying from this are very
I think our
slim.
medical community has done a wonderful job. But economically, we have the government, when I say we, the government has simply taken it upon themselves to pick the winners and losers, and it's wrong. Now, I don't think they did it intentionally. Hey, let's screw the landlords or let's screw restaurant owners. But that was the effect. It still is with restaurants. Restaurants should not be limited right now. They should not be limited, except with space. Okay, keep the tables apart. Here's the thing. With evictions, though, shame on you if you're using an eviction as an excuse not to pay. Shame on you. There are people that have tenants that they know damn well can pay, and they're not.
We had a guy call in last week. His tenant was a truck driver. He's busy as hell. He's on the road all the time. He just decided not to pay rent.
I want to know what excuse people give. If you're a landlord, call us. Now, I'm not saying tenants should be treated like crap. Every day we fight for tenants on this show, every single day. At the same time, I'm wondering what will happen at the end of this. Okay, let's take all of the tenants that have not been paying rent. If they're using it as an excuse not paying rent, are we assuming they're saving the money and going to pay it in a lump sum? That would do them no good. So why they're not doing that? I mean, truly, because if they had the money, they'd pay. So when rent comes due, they're not going to have it. What happens then? What happens then? All of the rent's due. You're going to have to leave, right? You're going to get evicted. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go with an eviction on your record for not paying? Where are you going to go? That's the problem we're going to have. If you're a landlord, I'd like to know at the end of this, when your tenant leaves, will you pick up another tenant if you knew he did the same thing that your tenant did to you? I'd like to know that. Let's get some discussion going here. This is the only show that discusses everyday life like this, and maybe we can do something about it. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. JR, what's your comment? Go ahead, JR.
Tom, hey, I work for a property management company, which I can't mention, but I've been there for a lot of years down here in Colorado Springs and Denver. And, prior to this pandemic, they call it, we were under 1% delinquency. So, people are paying their rent. They're a few days late and they get caught up.
Yeah.
But now we are in double digits all over. We have multiple properties.
And you know they're not all affected. They're just saying they are.
No.
They're using it as an excuse.
You can tell when things are being delivered to their apartments. They're getting things all the time being delivered from Prime, from FedEx, from UPS, Amazon. So they're spending money. They're just not spending it on their rent.
That's a good comment. Let's talk to Rob now, switching gears. He sold a car 3 days ago. Rob.
Yes.
What's going on with you, man?
Well, sold a car through Craigslist and signed over the title and no sale.
What kind of car? Out of curiosity, what kind of car?
2007 Jeep Liberty.
Gotcha.
So it's an older car.
Okay.
60,000 miles on it.
All right. And I assume you said as is on the bill of sale?
Well, the bill of sale that I printed off from Douglas County Motor Vehicles does not say as is on it.
But did you say as is anywhere?
I would have to look at the posting that my son did. I'm not sure about that.
Okay, because here's why. Even if you don't say as is, it is as is. However, it's safer to say as is.
Right.
Okay, what's going on now?
She's come back and said that we lied to her, didn't tell her that the CD joint was bad, and she drove it 1 mile and now is saying it's undrivable and having to tow it to a mechanic to be fixed, and now threatening to take us to small claims court.
All right, Rob. There is definitely some exposure if people lie and cheat. Now, I'm not saying you did, but what I'm saying is this.
Right.
Even with as is, you're not allowed to lie and cheat. For example, if you covered something up or failed to mention a major defect or safety issue or major damage and you knew about it, it could be exposure. And if, for example, if she has a mechanic who testifies that he told you that this had to be repaired or that had to be repaired, you could be exposed. You'll never be exposed for more than the purchase of the car. You're going to be able to get out of the deal and undo it. But most of the time you're not. Okay? Most of the time you're not. It has to be really something significant that you lied about. Now, I want to know, did you lie about anything or withhold information?
No, I did not. She asked me about the CV joints. And
wait, why would she? That's an odd question. I have purchased, I don't know how many cars. I have never once asked about a CV joint.
Well, a lot of times people realize that CV boot's ripped. I mean, maybe she had a car before that.
Did she get it checked out?
No, she did not. And she didn't ask,
but how did she ask? Oh, by the way, what about the CV joint?
Yeah, that was kind of the question because she had looked at a car previously before this one.
Yeah.
And she said the CV joints were shot on it. So she asked me. I said, not to my knowledge. She got down on her hands and knees, looked underneath the car.
All right, got it. I got it.
Came up and said everything looked good.
Now, how much did she pay?
$3,800.
What is she asking for?
Well, she's saying she either wants to return the car.
Yeah.
Or for us to cover the cost of the repair.
Which is how much?
Approximately $600.
Okay. Now, your argument to that with the judge is even if they were not damaged, she would never have gotten them without wear because she knew there was 160,000 miles. So even if you paid, it would be the amount of money that would restore it to a CV joint with 160,000 miles. Do you understand that?
Right.
So let's say, and I don't think, let's say CV joints for the heck of it go to 200,000. Okay, so 75%, 80% of the life's already gone. You know the calculation. But Rob, I would take my chances in small claims court. In fact, I'd say get it done sooner than later so we can get this issue out of the way. I would not relent, not if I knew in my heart I did not lie, cheat, or cover up. That's it.
Right.
There's nothing you can do to stop her from doing it.
No. Yeah, I mean, it was just within 2 days. She goes, I only drove it a mile.
And I wouldn't settle. I wouldn't settle. I would say I am not guilty of anything. It is a used car. I had no knowledge of anything. And that's it.
Right.
That's it.
Yep.
Okay. Would you please let me know what happens? In fact, I would tell her, here's what I would say. You know, ma'am, I know in my heart I did not lie, cheat. I did not withhold. And the only knowledge I had of that car is what you had. And, you know, I was not obligated to find out more, nor did I want to. And it's up to you now to take care of it. So I'm sorry. But I encourage you to get this done sooner than later. And let's work out a schedule. I'd love to go to court with you. That I swear to God, I would do it like that. And then see what happens. I'm Tom Martino with more coming up.
CuriosityStream has thousands of documentary films and shows available on demand on any device. We're the Netflix for nerds, the Hulu for history buffs, the Disney Plus for the scientist in us. There sure are a lot of streaming services, aren't there? CuriosityStream is the one you definitely need if you're the type of nature armchair astronaut, if you prefer physics to psychics, or perhaps you know a precocious paleontologist. Go to CuriosityStream.com to learn more and sign up today.
You know, David Ellis has been buying gold and silver, precious metals, old watches for years. He's been around 40 years in the Cherry Creek North shopping area, 3rd and Clayton. You can trust David to give you cash on the spot for your valuables, old gold, silver, watches, coin collections, even some antiques, whatever has gold and silver and precious metals, if you think it has value, or if you just think you have something that is like something that's a collectible you want to talk to him about. 303-322-8779. You can trust David Ellis. Listen, don't ever send your stuff away or meet people on the street or go to Craigslist. This is dangerous stuff. You can use a trusted jeweler, and who knows, while you're there, you may love what he has to sell. David Ellis Jewelers. That's DavidEllisJewelry.com, 3rd and Clayton, 303-322-8779.
Warmer weather is just around the corner, and soon your customers will be meant for me. Connect with them while they're on the go by putting the power of radio to work for your business. Go to iHeartAdBuilder.com and start advertising on stations like this one, making sure your business is top of mind. Use iHeart Ad Builder to create your own custom radio ad quickly and cost-effectively. Just click, listen, and approve, and then hear it on the radio. For your free customized ad, sign up now at iHeartAdBuilder.com.
You know why I do commercials for SimplyFloorsInc.com? Because I personally use them. I'm consumer advocate Mark Major. If you're in the market for flooring, you have to check out SimplyFloorsInc.com. Not only do they have the newest LVT that's scratch-resistant and waterproof, they also have the most beautiful lines of hardwood and carpet. They do free design services, and they can save you up to 40% from the big box stores. The best service, the best prices, SimplyFloorsInc.com. This is Dan Campos. People often ask what the secret is to the many large jury verdicts and settlements that we've been fortunate to win. I tell them that our tactic is the truth. Our clients are very good people who've been seriously injured because of someone else's recklessness, and we do whatever it takes to make sure that their true story is told and proven. And because our cause is true, the compensation is large. Call me at 303-907-5003 or hit DanCaplislaw.com. That's DanCaplislaw.com.
What's the worst part of needing bladder control products? Carrying them around the store? That they're bulky and leak? Running out when you need them most? All of the above? You deserve better. Get Because. Get Because, and you'll feel like you're in control. Because protective underwear feels like real underwear.
CJ was pretty cute last night.
Oh, was he?
One of his uncles.
Did he get hammered?
I don't know if they did. They were bad enough.
Was this old lady there?
Yeah, Laney.
Did she spend the night?
Yeah, but somebody gave him a Walmart bag full of shooters.
Shooters?
You know.
Oh, little,
Yeah, I bought him a 12-pack of Twisted Tea, and anyway, they had a good time.
Did Matt come over?
Matt Morgan, and then remind me to tell you about that later. Anyway, it's funny. Yeah, Matt came over, Morgan, Laney. I had like 6 kids in the house last night. 6. Well, yeah, Matt, Miles, CJ, Laney, Addie, and Morgan. 6 kids and the 2 dogs.
Did you get us in for tomorrow?
Yeah.
How'd you do it on my phone? How'd you do it without my phone?
I've been booking you without your phone. You can't even book Denver without the phone, or with the phone right now.
What is it?
So,
I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenics. No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text energy to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenics, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenics Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ENERGY to 321-321. That's energy to 321-321.
From the Exergent Temporal Scanner Thermometer Weather Center.
Patchy morning fog followed by afternoon sunshine and gusty winds over 30 miles per hour. The high today 43 degrees. Snow showers tomorrow. I'm Fox 31, the weather meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. New to the Wendy's 2 for $5 lineup is their classic chicken sandwich. So go grab a 2 for $5 deal and pick 2 faves, like a Dave's single spicy chicken sandwich, nugs, and now the classic chicken sandwich. 2 for just $5. Price and participation may vary, limited time only.
630 K-House. Tom Martino here. Frank Duran, the realestateman.com for you. Frank Duran will do market valuations free of charge on your home. 303-920-1622. If you're buying or selling, Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. We have a comment on evictions. Mike, what's going on, Mike? Hey, man.
Well, this isn't an eviction per se, but it was like a mortgage forbearance program.
Yeah. Was this for you?
Yes.
Okay.
And I read through it, and it seemed like a good deal, so I took advantage of it. There was no stipulation that you be in genuine financial stress, so I called them up, volunteered to be on the program, so instead of paying those 3 months of mortgage, I put it in my pocket for later.
Nothing wrong with that.
And then at the end of that 90-day forbearance period, I resumed making payments. They just kind of recalculated my escrow, which I paid back. And for my troubles, I got a 0.5 point reduction without a refinance. So it actually worked out really well.
That's really cool.
I bet it shows up on your credit, though.
Now, I'm not sure, Mike, why you called. If you thought maybe I was calling you a deadbeat, not so. If people offer forbearances, that's a whole different ballgame. But with eviction stays, what they're really saying is you don't have to pay rent, don't worry about being kicked out. And people are not thinking it through because they're going to have money due and owing at the end, and it's going to be devastating because they're going to leave. They know they're going to leave. But, okay, that bill's not going away. It's going on their record. So, I don't know. It's just, and this did not affect your credit at all?
No, and no, I didn't take it personally what you said. I was just trying to share that maybe some other people could take advantage of it. But no, it did not impact my credit. And I just see it as a win-win if people are willing to go through it. It was kind of a pain in the neck.
Yeah.
But at the end, I got that 0.5 point reduction.
I mean, the government is like took it upon themselves to say you can't evict people. Then they should have said, and your mortgage company, if you have one, and you're a landlord, you know what? They ought to give you a break. Adrian, what's going on with you, Adrian?
Not too much, Tom. How are you?
I'm doing good. What's happening? You're a landlord?
I'm a landlord, and let me get you off speaker.
Sure. This must
I'm
be
a landlord. I've got.
I said this must be pissing you off, kind of.
No, not at all. I've got 4 units.
Yeah.
I have a very good relationship with my tenants, a very good one.
Good.
A very good understanding, and I have 2 of the units filled. One of the other units vacated before the pandemic. The other unit vacated right about the time of the pandemic, and I decided not to refill them.
Okay, but the reason you're not refilling them is the danger of the eviction stay or not?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
It's safer not to have the rent for a while.
And the two that are there are paying, right?
Absolutely.
Did you apply for the PPP loan that you can get 3 months rent for each of those units?
I did not.
Yeah, that's something you might want to look into.
What do you think about the government doing this? I mean, does it bother you?
No, not really.
Wait, so you don't think they're overstepping by telling you cannot evict?
No.
So you're willing
Good
to
Lord,
put
Tom, we'll have millions of people on the streets.
No. So what are you saying? You're saying it's a good thing that they put in this eviction stay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
God,
and you're a landlord.
It's temporary. It's not for the rest of our lives.
Okay, so let me ask you something. What if the two that are in there did stop paying? So you'd feel the same. It doesn't matter, right? If you had zero money coming in, you would feel the same.
Yes, I would.
Okay. Just because you feel that it's a good thing and people would be on the streets. So not every landlord feels it's a bad thing.
So you probably don't mind when they cut a restaurant down to 25% capacity or tell them they can't open at all?
Well, that's a whole different story, I think.
That's their livelihood there. This is not my livelihood.
But a lot of landlords, it is their livelihood because they have a big mortgage payment to make on their property and they can't collect.
Adrian, you sound very logical. You sound very logical.
I'm trying to be, but Mark's trying to poke the bear.
No. Here's what I'm asking you. What do you? We had a couple the other day that bought they bought a rental for their retirement. That's their income. Now,
understood.
Now, they don't happen to have a mortgage in one case, but that's their income. So now it's like their income has just been cut. I mean...
Just like a restaurant.
And Adrian, I don't think you even intended to speak for everyone. I think you're speaking for yourself.
No.
You're saying for you're willing to go through this.
That's exactly right. I think it's the safest mode the way I'm playing it.
Okay. All right. And by the way, I imagine you're not alone, but you happen to be in a fortunate situation where you're not depending on this.
He doesn't have to have that income, where some people do.
I don't, because the renters I do have in there are paying for all of the rest of my property payments alone.
Well, yeah, but not everyone.
I am fortunate.
You are truly fortunate. But being fortunate...
Yes, well, he's smart, too. I mean, he got the proper renters in there.
But being fortunate and not being affected is different than saying... it's a good thing. I mean, I know that's what you're saying, but I think there are people who might be lucking out like you are, but still think it's a bad thing. I think it's a very few of us are lucking out like I am. Yeah, but you're thinking even if you were negatively affected, what you're saying is you would genuinely take that because it's necessary.
That's exactly right, because this is a business, just like any other business.
Yeah.
It has to be managed properly for the worst case scenario and the best case scenario.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I enjoy the good times. You have to be able to float yourself through the bad times because they're always going to come up.
And Adrian, honest to God, if that was true, I mean, that would be wonderful if people could do that, okay? You are buttoned up. And you are dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Not everyone is.
But I still don't get it, Adrian. Why do you want Uncle Sam to have the power to tell you how to run your business? That's the problem. They've totally overstepped their bounds on this.
Well, a federal judge agreed it was unconstitutional on that federal ban.
Well, finally, but that doesn't help the poor guys that haven't collected for 6 months.
He said the federal government has overstepped their bounds. I mean, it wasn't even a law. You know that, Adrian. It was a signature from the president. It was someone...
Right, it was a mandate, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know how you feel about executive orders and the power they have. I mean, that topic is separate and apart from the actual eviction ban. What I'm saying is this is a little scary how these governors and the president has had more power than they've ever had. In fact, even unelected officials at the health department have had more power than they've ever had, all in the name of safety. And I think that could be maybe exaggerated a little when they want power again. Does that bother you at all?
Well, that sort of does bother me deep down inside, but bringing the government in on this is going too far on our conversation. I didn't say I approve of everything the government does. Says,
and I know that.
I didn't say that.
I know that.
It's only about the eviction. That's the only thing.
Okay.
Mark said, doesn't bother you that the government can tell us what to do all the time? Well, it does bother me a little bit, but we're talking about the eviction thing only.
I understand. Okay, thank you very much. 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown at 2.
He's full of shit. No, he's one of these people like the billionaire elites who say we should pay, that the rich should pay more taxes. They are so untouchable at this point that it's easy to be, how do I put it? There are a group of people who it doesn't, when things don't affect, they're very, very altruistic, because they're not scraping and saving.
He's not thinking of all the other landlords that literally are negative cash flow now. They could get foreclosed on.
You watch out for police on the scene. Wyckoff Highway on the westbound side of Arapahoe Road at Revere Parkway.
So what does that mean? That I didn't read anything out of Texas on that. So now the federal judge has said you can't do it. So did that simply overturn the whole thing?
No, when it comes to precedent, that's an interesting thing. Precedents do not.
Get on some art.
The 2 for $5.
They're not enacted like laws.
Single spicy chicken sandwich.
People have to call on them and use them.
Price and participation may
It's really strange. You need it. It's real. TheArtOfGranite.com is where you can look at the website for The Art of Granite, but it's not going to tell you everything I'm going to tell you. Like this started by Mitch Floria, a guy who came to this country with $300 in his pocket. He loves the way he does business. He gives wholesale pricing on all materials, and then he tears out and hauls away everything free and does the bathroom free. So it's a very simple proposition. You're paying for the kitchen fabrication and installation, and you get everything else thrown in. Get your price on the phone, theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal Home Loans, and rates are still at record lows, but you don't want to play the waiting game because you're likely to get burned. Call Ideal Home Loans today where you can take advantage of our interest rate guarantee and cash in on some of the lowest interest rates we've ever seen. Call us today at 303-867-7000 to talk to one of our salary-based lending specialists or online at idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call 844-45-IDEAL.
Children's Hospital Colorado Mighty Millions raffle is here. You could win the $2.4 million grand prize show home plus over $700,000 in bonus cash. Custom crafted by AIDS Design Builders, this 6,600 square foot show home in Morrison comes fully furnished and professionally decorated by Andrea Schumacher Interiors. There are over 10,000 incredible prizes with 1 in 15 odds of winning. Make a mighty difference for patients and families at Children's Hospital Colorado. Buy your tickets now at MightyMillionsRaffle.com.
Kitchens, baths, counters and floors, and even replacement windows and doors, we have our word will treat you right at Dunright. Hi, I'm Todd Cicchini. You know, my dad started making that pledge on the radio when I was no more than 12 years old. He's taught me all my working life that what we do is not rocket science. Our success simply comes from treating people as we'd like to be treated. And this is Dan Cicchini. Todd's totally correct. We know that you want a quality job at a fair price. You want good service and timeliness of completion. You want honesty. You want to feel comfortable. And you simply want to be treated well. That's what I want too. And Dad, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants our objective. You bet, Todd. So folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's a fresh new look for your kitchen or bath, or the warmth and quiet of your place.
Mark, did you know the new stimulus bill extends it to September?
Extends what?
The eviction.
Yeah, but I mean, if the federal judge just said that.
No, but can you believe that?
Yeah, of course I can.
Fucking September.
Look who's in office. Look at the bailouts they're going to be giving these states that have no. You realize Oklahoma came through. Same with Florida. They don't even have a deficit, man. But you look at California and New York. They need a bailout from the feds. Of course they're going to fucking get it. It's fucking stupid, man. That's kind of why I quit even fucking watching news. It's too upsetting.
I know, Mark.
It's too upsetting.
I swear to God it is.
You know, Russia did do one thing very successfully. They did pit us against each other very well, or the Chinese or whoever did it. They did a very fucking good job.
30% off and try the same bulb I use for only $14. You're not going to be disappointed.
It'll be curious seeing what Trump's got to say tomorrow, though, you know?
Code came out for 30% off. BlueSky-CBD.com. Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary. Subject to not available in all areas.
If you run a small business, you know that dealing with workers' comp insurance can be tedious and costly. But Pi Insurance is changing that, and founder John Swigert is here with me to tell us how. At Pi, we saw that small businesses needed a better way to handle their workers' comp coverage. We built Pi Insurance from the ground up for them. We made getting workers' comp a no-brainer with simple online shopping. Best of all, we're helping them save up to 30%. And the reviews say it all. That's right. Pi Insurance is rated excellent on Trustpilot by customers. They tell us we're fast, affordable, and easy to work with. Thanks, John. Bottom line here is that if you run a small business, you can say goodbye to expensive, complicated workers' comp and discover the next generation of small business insurance. Why not see if Pi can save you up to 30%? Ask your agent for Pi, or check your rate today at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com. One of the most common hospital therapies for trauma, vitamin deficiencies, dehydration, and other ailments is an IV drip. The quickest way to deliver vital nutrients, combat sickness, or relieve pain. But you don't have to go to a hospital to get those benefits. I recommend Rocky Mountain IV Medics. In the comfort of your home or office, have a registered nurse at your door. Call or text 720-987-2155. 720-987-2155. Denver's
online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This is sad. Did you know the stimulus package is extending the federal eviction moratorium to September 2021? September. Now, that's going to be a year of not collecting rent.
It's not even helping the renters. The renters using it as an excuse. This bill is mounting. They're not waiving it. Where are you going to go owing that much money? You're going to get evicted. Where are you going to go? Now, I think what's happening is a lot of these people are going to save up to buy a place. But does the credit bother them? Or here's what's going to happen, Mark. I wondered, how is the federal government going to get out of this without losing a lot of support and voters? Because I am going to venture to think that most people taking advantage of this would be Biden supporters. I'm not saying they're deadbeats. Honest to God, I just have a feeling. And I have a feeling that these people, when it all comes due, the government has to protect them because it's mostly their supporters, I believe, that will be in a pickle. Now, that might be a weird assumption, but let's just say the government wants to do something. Here's what they do, Mark. It's very simple. I think the people that saved up enough money are going to buy places. I think the government is going to say right now, yes, landlords, you can try to collect what you're owed. Yes. But this is not allowed to affect people's credit.
How can they do that, though?
Well, how do they put on a moratorium? I don't know.
Well,
we talked about this yesterday.
You just said that the judge in Texas.
Well, yeah, and we'll get more into that. Betty has 4 rentals. Betty, what do you think? You would have to wait to September to get rent, maybe. The government is extending it to September.
Well, our retirement plan has been houses. That's what we've invested in, and we've been landlords for almost 50 years. I've been very fortunate. Everybody has done the very best they can do, and we're making it. But if all of our renters decided to play the game of not paying their rent and just wait and see, we wouldn't have food on the table. We would lose our home. We would be on the streets. And I just think it's easy to sit back and say, I'm not hurt, therefore it's okay what they're doing because it didn't hurt me yet. But that's kind of like what happened in Germany to me. Everybody sat back and said, well, they haven't come for me yet.
By the way, the feeling of they haven't done it to me yet is exactly what's happening, for example, with these large social media giants limiting comments. People that are happy about it are people that can't stand, by the way, they talk about diversity, but they actually hate diversity of thought. They do not want diversity of thought. Therefore, they love when the other side is shut down. But if it happened to them, they would not. That has always been a human characteristic. Unfortunately, it's not happening to me. Don't worry about it. And it's chilling, isn't it? So I want to ask, are your 4 rentals all paying?
Yes. One had to move, paid right up to the end of the lease, left owing very little money, $150.
Did you re-rent it?
I will not re-rent it. I'll sell it.
There are so many of you not re-renting. Now, what would happen if at the end of this you get a slew of tenants inquiring about a vacancy, but you know that they had done it to another landlord?
Well, I have a bigger fear about that. There's talk about not letting us do credit checks that determine whether they've had an eviction.
Can you hear that?
So,
did you just hear what
I know.
And I didn't even know that when I said what I said. So what do you mean there's talk? Do you think the government is toying with the idea of making you rent blindly because of this?
I don't think they can do that.
You're right, Mark. You're absolutely right. I don't think they can do so many things. But I don't think they can do so many things. But, so far the courts have not been polluted to a point where they're going to blindly endorse a policy of one party or another. Thank God for that. I mean, I really, really believe we need an independent judicial branch. Okay, we really, really do. Because right now, we have a rubber stamp from the White House through Congress. And if we did not have an effective judicial, we're screwed. We're screwed because I'm not saying that everything Biden thinks of is bad. I'm just saying we have to have limits on any administration, Republican, Democrat, or kangaroo.
Where would that ever end then? If you can't run a background on a renter, so if I want to sell you a car, I can't run a credit check anymore? Or if I want to sell you a house?
Again, I don't know.
It's absurd.
Betty, I'm sorry, Betty, go ahead with your last comment.
I think we can run credit checks. We just can't find out if they've been evicted. I believe it's our governor that was saying that. I'm not positive. I did hear it as a legitimate.
We are going to have a problem, okay? We are going to have a problem because it's a bubble right now. I wonder statistically how many tenants are not paying rent.
When you rent out to someone, don't you generally call the place they came from before, though? Or is he saying you won't even be able to do that?
Oh, yes, you can do that.
Okay, so you would find out a lot. So basically what he's saying is on Colorado courts, it's not going to show up anymore.
I think she's saying they're toying with the idea that you can't discriminate based on evictions.
That's
insane.
Well, of course it is. You'd have to be nuts to be a landlord. Now, I got to get to Jill. Jill, hello, I'm Tom. What's going on, Jill?
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Jill.
I'm just wondering, I have a house in Tennessee with wood floors, and during the winter, we have forced air heat. The floors shrink and open with cracks, as well as a crown moldings, which causes damage.
Yeah, that's a problem back east a lot.
Yeah, we have 2-room humidifiers, but they don't keep up, and we must fill them twice a day. What are the advantages and disadvantages of having a whole house humidifier?
Well, here's the thing that you need to know. Once you get a whole house humidifier, you're kind of stuck with it, meaning that once you even out the humidity, but it's not going to undo damages either. There are some things that have shrunk beyond going back to normal, okay, or they warp, With a humidifier, for example, let's say you had a piano, and that piano was moist, okay, it was manufactured in a moist climate or humid, and it's still humid, and you live humid. Now, if that air dries out, the soundboard on the piano will crack. It'll ruin it. However, if you humidify your home and keep it humidified, it will not. But if it was dry to begin with, and then you humidified it, you have to keep humidifying it. So it's kind of a game. If it's dry to begin with and you keep it dry, you're fine. If it's humid to begin with and you keep it humid, you're fine. You can't go back and forth. It usually happens when people move. I never heard of an area that differs so much in humidity that it does that. Now, for example, Colorado's always dry. Back east is usually always humid. Are you saying in Tennessee you have that much of a differential that it can literally go from dry to moist?
Well, our house is 100 years old.
Yeah.
And during the summer, the cracks disappear in the wood floor.
That's unbelievable.
But when winter comes, and when the winter comes, we start running it's a gas heater or furnace, whatever, and then the cracks will start appearing.
Okay, that will absolutely,
in the summer, they'll go bad.
A whole house humidifier would absolutely work. Yes, if you have that cycle going on right now and you stop it it would. It would trick the floors into thinking it's still good weather. Hold on, we can discuss it.
Get found fast and bright light.
Work in that situation. One of the few.
Tell your smart
Say that again.
6:30
Mark, can you do our? Yeah, I did it.
Okay. In the morning. And tablets in the afternoon.
Getting 6:30.
The art. I'm just saying.
Shannon, who'd you say?
Art of Granite.
Get found fast and bright light.
Get found fast and bright.
Do you mind?
What?
Do you mind either?
I don't care. What do you want me to do? Both. Yeah.
Travel downtown, well, it's going to be a bit tough there. You got a big crash downtown, northbound I-25 past Alameda. 2 left lanes are blocked. Solid backups past Colorado. Give yourself about 40 to 45 extra minutes drive time in that stretch. Also got a wreck at Hampden and Elodie on the eastbound side of Hampden and Elodie. Watch out for police on the scene. Wreck off highway on the westbound side of Arapahoe Road at Revere Parkway. Watch out for delays. Crash being cleared at Walston Road and Garrison off highway as well. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny and breezy with a high 46. Right now, a few clouds above and 25. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-House.
New to the Wendy's 2 for $5 lineup is their classic chicken sandwich. So go grab a 2 for $5 deal and pick 2 faves. Chicken sandwich, nugs, and now the classic chicken sandwich. 2 for just $5. Price and participation may vary, limited time only.
There are so many different ways you can advertise your business, but one thing is for sure. Whether you do radio ads, whether you do television ads, print ads, one thing is for sure. You need to have your website in tick-tock shape. You have to. Simple as that. And the guys at GetFoundFast.com can help you out big time. They helped us with referral lists. They have made our traffic so much better. It's unbelievable. Our keywords were mobile friendly. These guys will sit down with you over a webinar and give you free information, and you're going to love every bit of it. It all starts at GetFoundFast.com. Now, do you suffer from neuropathy, back pain, neck pain, headaches, knee problems? Who do you think I'm going to talk about right now? Well, of course, it's BrightLightDenver.com. Dr. Mike Hederscheit. This guy is a chiropractor, and he is so good at what he does. Tom's been to him. Deputy Dan's been to him. I'm going to check him out. He's a great guy, and listen to this. Adjustments for just $49. If you buy them in a package, they're as low as $35. And veterans out there, if you want to find that new chiropractor that actually works, they start at $30. You got to check them out. BrightLightDenver.com, BrightLightDenver.com.
Drink and let's chat. Now, like where this is going, count me in. I'm Aaron Andrews, and I'm Carissa Thompson, and you need to check out our podcast, Calm Down, with Aaron and Carissa.
Calm down! We'll dive into relationships. It's so weird they advertise podcasts all the time.
Trying to have one, get ready for long-winded combos that are all the things we want to say on TV but can't. iHeartRadio is #1 for podcasts, and it's easy to see why. Listen to Calm Down on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you've ever watched a movie about hockey, you probably had a chuckle at the guy missing a couple of front teeth. But if you've ever lost a tooth, or two, or three, in sports, or an accident, or just by bad dental hygiene, it's the furthest thing from pain. And Aspenwood Dental and the Colorado Dental Implant Center is here to help. Missing teeth means you can't eat everything you want, you feel nervous smiling, so people think you're never happy, you're hesitant to go on a date or just out with friends. So if that describes you or someone you care about, please get in touch with Aspenwood Dental today and set up your absolutely free consultation with one of their tremendously experienced team to talk about how an implant can make your life so much more enjoyable in so many ways, from eating to friendships to your love life. Again, the consultation is absolutely free, and Aspenwood Dental's team is unsurpassed in dental implant experience and quality of work. So give them a call, 303-751-3321. That's 303-751-3321, or online at aspenwooddental.com. That's aspenwooddental.com.
If you've ever sold a home, you know it's a hassle. From the prep work to the open houses, not to mention the surprise showings. What if I told you there was a stress-free way to buy and sell a home? Well, go to Orchard.com. Their Move First service helps you buy, then list your old home once you're all moved out. That means you'll never have to deal with showings, open houses, double moves, or double mortgages. And to make sure you get the best possible price, Orchard can also handle making repairs or updates, so your home is list ready. Joe, a recent Orchard client, said, "With Orchard, we got our new home for $10,000 less and got asking price on our old one. Highly recommend." Cabot, another client, said, "We didn't have to carry 2 mortgages, didn't have to rush to move."
I tend to do shit like that more than you know.
Here's our secret. We make sharp.
I was cutting up a best of one time. You know what I said? You just stopped in your tracks on air and looked at me. I couldn't even. I could picture. I said, that's why you don't throw stones at glass houses.
Well, no, that's proper.
No, I know, but I forget how I put it. I said it so fucked up that it was like the exact opposite. I don't even remember what I said now.
Just go to harrys.com and enter 7750 at checkout. That's harrys.com, code 7750. Enjoy.
To keep your home comfortable and running its best, make Prime Plumbing and Heating your first call. Their professional technicians provide comprehensive plumbing and services for HVAC, water heaters, furnaces, and more. Licensed and insured, Prime Plumbing and Heating offers competitive upfront pricing, and you never have to worry about high-pressure sales. 24/7 emergency service also available. Call 720-5... That's 720-542-8153, or visit
Holy shit, ready in 6 weeks.
Denver's talk station.
2 weeks primary, 2 weeks secondary.
I'm Tom Martino. Thank you for trusting me 40 years. The Hormone Bros, you can trust them too. And BioT is what they do, along with a host of other things. BioT is they're pellets that go under the skin.
I love it.
For testosterone, and it secretes testosterone in a very natural way. The more active you are, the more you get. The less you get. And then they optimize all kinds of hormones. This is for both men and women. They do estrogen as well, and they do cosmetic procedures. You love BioT. You noticed the difference, didn't you?
Oh, it's massive. But what was crazy is I waited 2+ years because I was just terrified to do it. I just didn't understand it. But man, it is awesome.
Yeah, and when they insert the pellets under the skin, trust me, it is minor.
Yeah, you don't feel it.
They put a little. They do an anesthesia, and it goes right under the skin, right in your upper buttocks there, and it's really cool. I mean, it works very, very well. TheHormoneBros.com. TheHormoneBros.com. Jill, okay, so whole house humidifier. What I'm concerned about is that you get the good kind, the right kind, and the kind that goes, on the furnace, and you want the kind that, I forget the name of it, but really a good, solid company out there. I don't have referral list out there, but we actually could probably find you somebody that's good. But a whole house humidifier would stop that. Now remember, it's also a function of temperature as well, not just humidity. So if you kept it humid, but the temperatures varied, you would still get contracting and expanding.
Okay.
But why do you care about it? Does it look bad? Is that what it is? It just looks bad in the summer or in the winter, I mean?
No, it doesn't look. I just don't think it's right. I mean, if that's normal, but then in the crown moldings, it'll cause cracks.
Yeah, but your house is so old. Your house is so old, it didn't do any harm.
That's true. That's true. I guess visually it just doesn't look that great.
Yeah, you can stop it. You can stop it. Now, some people do also, if it's not bad, they do flexible kind of caulking and stuff, wood grain that, not wood grain, but the wood color. And
that's a good idea.
But yours, however, seems way more, if what you're telling me. But if it's minor, you can do, in the expansion, you can do some, but you don't want something rigid that will make it, because then it would buckle when it goes back. It would buckle. You never want that to happen. You want something very, very pliable. So,
okay.
Anyway, and if you want any recommendations, let us know. We know people that know people. Let's put it that way, and that would help. Steve's got a comment on landlords and evictions. A federal judge in Texas said that the federal government overstepped its authority by ordering an eviction ban or a freeze on evictions. And by the way, that freeze will be extended to September in the new stimulus package. That is going to be devastating for landlords. I personally believe a lot of tenants are using it as an excuse. Steve, what's your comment? And I can keep you too. Go ahead, start.
I don't get it. I thought one of the tenets of free enterprise or capitalism was ownership of private property. How on earth could they tell me that I can't evict somebody in my property? It's not the government. The government doesn't own it.
You know what?
I own it.
I know that. And that is one of the arguments the federal judge made. If you want to make more comments, stick around. It's true.
With all the recent huge changes in our economy,
okay, don't
waste money, and really importantly, don't turn your head.
I don't know.
For example,
you know, that was a good town hall meeting. That's really a good thing to have.
What's that?
That meeting we had.
Oh, yeah, they should do those more often.
It's also an effective way to eliminate high interest debt.
I hope they actually, every time I think we finally got through to someone about getting us into the computer system, but it never happens. It's like someone outside of these people's pay says no, you know?
There are never any upfront or hidden fees, never any pressure, no obligation. So what are you waiting for? Give them a call, 303-695-7000, 303-695-7000, or online at AmericanFinancing.net. MLS 1, 2, 3, 4, regulated by Fisher Real Estate.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
Coming up at 5 after the hour, listen for your chance to win $1,000 on KHOW Denver.
ABC News, I'm Rena Roy. The President and First Lady are en route to Texas. The President will meet with leaders in Houston to discuss the recovery from the extreme cold that led to power and water outages. They will also visit a vaccination site. The FDA is meeting to consider authorizing a third coronavirus vaccine. This one, made by Johnson & Johnson, requires just one dose, says ABC's With Johnson.
If the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is granted emergency use authorization, those first doses could start shipping out as early as Monday, ramping up to 100 million doses expected by the end of June.
The House is expected to vote today on a $1.9 trillion economic bill. It includes a $15 federal minimum wage, but the Senate parliamentarian said Thursday it cannot be in the Senate bill passed by reconciliation. The man in charge of the nation's largest school district is leaving his position. New York City Schools Chancellor Richard Carranza, who has clashed with the mayor, is stepping down. This is ABC News. Hundreds of federal prosecutors are getting new training on hate crimes. ABC's Aaron Katursky has the details.
There's been an alarming increase in reports of hate crimes targeting minority communities, particularly violent attacks against Asian Americans of late. The Justice Department has condemned such attacks and said it trained hundreds of federal prosecutors and law enforcement officers to identify and prosecute hate crimes and other civil rights violations. When a crime is motivated by animus based on race, religion, national origin, or sex, it causes what officials call a ripple effect across a community. The Justice Department said no one should live in fear of victimization because of who they are.
They can't clear it. You pay nothing.
New York.
The FCC has given the green light to a program to help more Americans get access to broadband internet. The $3.2 billion program will give low-income households a $50 subsidy toward their internet bill. Eligible households will also be able to get help toward buying a computer or tablet. It should be up and running in the next 2 months. Rena Roy, ABC News.
Hello, friend Pat Boone here. Silver is creating lots of excitement. You know why? Because the price of silver is extremely attractive compared to gold.
Character and excellence
I call my friends in Swiss America to get the scoop on whether this silver opportunity is for real. What I discovered blew my mind. For example,
character and excellence.
Silver faces a huge shortage due to rising demand by solar, electric, military, and computers. It's all covered in a new silver report from Swiss America, which explains why silver prices cannot stay at this level for very long. And get this report explains how to use the historic gold to silver ratio strategy to grow your holdings, even if precious metal prices stay put. Call 800-289-2646, 800-289-2646. Get a free copy of the silver report now. 800-289-2646, 800-289-2646.
K-How News Time, 11:03. Denver's COVID numbers are showing promise, but not quite enough to move levels on the dial just yet, because there was a slight increase in cases. Still, numbers remain well below the spike of late November, which led to tighter restrictions announced by Mayor Hancock.
Our numbers are in a much more manageable place today. And if we keep on this course and people keep doing what we're doing to keep themselves and others healthy and safe, we could be in for additional capacity at local businesses very soon.
Jefferson County will be the blue restrictions today, as did Clear Creek and Park counties. Currently, half of Colorado's 64 counties are in level blue. Boulder police arrested 31-year-old John Paul Gaudreau after a woman called police to tell them she spotted him riding her stolen bike the night before. He was caught trying to burglarize her home. That's when he pulled out a machete. The day before that, Gaudreau threatened a resident with a machete who discovered him in the bushes of his home near downtown Boulder. He faces numerous charges, including felony menacing. Nice win for CU last night over 19th ranked USC. Nuggets fall to Washington. Avs tonight visit Arizona. That's the latest. I'm Chuck Clark.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Wendy's.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, it is not a quiet drive across town at this time. Got a crash on the ramp, northbound I-25 to I-70, blocking the right lane. Solid backups to Alameda. Got a wreck westbound I-270 and Highway 36, blocking the left lane as well. Rollover wreck, a serious crash on the ramp from eastbound I-76 to northbound I-25. Avoid that ramp for now. Got a minor wreck southbound I-25 near the 88th overpass. And up in the high country, US 6 closed in both directions between Highway 58 and 119 due to a serious wreck. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Going to be sunny and breezy today with a high of 46. Right now, a few clouds above and 34. With your impact traffic and weather. I'm Pete Wagner at 6:30. K-How.
New to the Wendy's 2 for $5 lineup is their classic chicken sandwich. So go grab a 2 for $5 deal and pick 2 faves, like a Dave's single spicy chicken sandwich, nugs, and now a classic chicken sandwich. 2 for just $5. Price and participation may vary, limited time only.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal Home Loans, and as we all spent time at home during 2020, we realized that maybe there's some things we need to do around the house. If you're looking to get that home improvement project started in 2021, we can have you tapping into your equity to do so. And believe it or not, you can borrow at the lowest interest rates we've ever seen. Take advantage of tapping into your home's equity and let your home fund your remodeling project rather than you funding your remodeling project with cash. And if you racked up some bills during the holidays, you're not alone. Ideal Home Loans can help. Imagine consolidating your debt, paying off your credit cards, putting money in your savings account, and paying your house off more quickly all at the same time. Ideal Home Loans can help, and you don't have to start over on a new loan when you refinance. Call us today, 303-867-7000. That's 867-7000. Or as always, you can apply online at idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender, regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call 844-45-IDEAL.
If you think the Washington
It's Michael Brown. We're going to dive right in and discuss what's wrong, how to fix it, and who's at fault. Join me, Michael Brown, afternoons from 2 to 4 on 630
nationwide contest. That's Smile to 200-200. This is the Troubleshooter Show. Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter. Hi, Tom Martino here, your consumer advocate on radio in Denver. 40 years. Solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. Take this to the bank, the longest running radio show
with the same host, still on the air, anywhere. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You can call 303-MARTINO 24/7. Renew Home Innovations brings you this hour. Nick Fox over at Renew Home Innovations wants you to know he's dedicated to doing great work at a value, and he can do it the next day, meaning you get showers in a day. They convert the wet space, that old tub or shower, into a beautiful new tub or a beautiful new shower. Now, they have these beautiful new showers. I wouldn't go with a tub, but you can. They have these rectangle, big, beautiful showers, low thresholds, perimeter drains, grab bars, anything you want, custom made for you, for your movement. Anyway, call them, 303-904-2000, 904-2000. You can trust them, renewhomeinnovations.com. So, Suze, we're talking evictions, a lot of reactions. Steve, they're thinking about extending federal evictions to September, the freeze on evictions till September of this year, whereas a Texas judge just said the federal government overstepped its bounds and it's unconstitutional. What does that mean? That means when a judge rules something, a federal judge, it usually becomes precedent for others to use. That doesn't automatically negate it, but it kind of does. It's a process more than an instantaneous result. Do you have any comments, Steve?
Well, one guy you had on, the landlord with a fourplex, he's going to keep two of them vacant. What's he trying to prove? Why don't you just go out and be a little more careful going forward in terms of getting the right renters in there that won't pull that shenanigans on you?
Because I don't know. Because they're afraid. I know you say get the right renters in there, but let's say this. Let's put it this way. What if the right renters are in there and they truly are affected by COVID? Truly, not using it as an excuse. It's unfortunate.
If the government's going to make that statement, why don't they just pony up and say, hey, Mr. Landlord, here's your rent, because we don't own your property, you do.
I know you're saying it tongue in cheek, but Steve.
No, I'm not.
Steve, think about restaurants.
They don't own my property, so how can they tell me what to do with it?
And what about restaurants? They're telling you what to do. They're telling restaurant owners what to do with restaurants.
See, this stuff seems criminal to me.
Well, it does. And you know what? Here, Steve, I made this comment one time. God, I wish people would identify with it. I know I'm not that old. When I was younger, we were protesting the government. We didn't believe anything. I mean, we protested, we demonstrated. Now, I'm not talking about violence, but we protested. We stuck up for our rights. We believed that the government was wrong in most everything. We wanted more freedom. Nowadays, and I was a young liberal person, like most people are when they're young. I mean, most people. And I'm saying we were liberal in thought, meaning we wanted, obviously good things in life, but we wanted to keep the government in check. Now, young liberals are exactly the opposite. They crave control. They cheer. They celebrate government control and limitations. I swear to God, I look at young people and I don't recognize them. I say, what are we doing, you bunch of pussies? What are we doing? We're raising a generation of laydowns. I don't understand it. Steve, I don't know where you were when you were young, but man, if the government said it, I said, yeah, prove it. It was like now, if they're like, like little birdies with their beaks open, help us, help us, help us. It's like we hated the government. I'm not saying that was a great thing either, but my God, it kept things in check. It kept things in check.
Even 5 years ago, if somebody would have told you, hey, the government can tell you can't evict somebody, would you have believed it just 5 years ago?
No. But what bothers me more than anything are young people right now. Young people. there's a complete shift in the paradigm. Young, intelligent people love control, and they say things like follow the science, and the government's here to help us, and it's mind-boggling to me. Only because there's no independent thought, people aren't questioning. And then you have the extreme other side, where everything is a conspiracy. Okay, I get that. But for God's sakes, don't lay down. Be young, be aggressive, make the government prove itself. We were all for a free media. Now you have young people on TikTok saying, those people shouldn't be on TikTok. They're too mean. I swear to God, we wanted thought, independent thought. Certainly people can make up their minds what they want is what they consider true or more genuine than others. Honest to God, Facebook limits people and blocks people. I know that. They penalize you even if you share thoughts from someone else that they don't agree with. I shared a Stanford study showing that lockdowns did not work. 10 countries. It's just thought. It's thought. It's diverse thought. And Facebook penalized us for it. Think about it. Diversity of thought. Didn't liberals preach diversity? Diversity. And tolerance? My God in heaven. Tolerance and diversity? Those are the character. Those characteristics do not even exist with them. It's diversity within what I believe, and tolerance only what I can tolerate. And by the way, trust me, I'm not railing against liberals. I'm railing against everyone, conservatives too. Because why? Then you get these idiots. Everything's a conspiracy. Everything. And everything's bad. And then, you can't have it. And then you have your crazy factions on both sides. You have QAnon or whatever the hell their names are, and people who storm the Capitol, and then you have Antifa. And listen, no one is in one giant bucket. We all have varying degrees, I think, of one or the other. Don't let people walk on you. And for God's sakes, I want to slap someone in the face if they ever say this again. Follow the science. Science is not objective any longer. It is political. You can find science to confirm anything you want. It's wrong. Listen, I don't mean to preach to you. Honest, I'm truly concerned for our country. I really don't mean to preach, and I'm not political, but I am for freedom of thought, truly. And right now, we don't have freedom of thought. It's penalized. Russ, what did you want to say about rent, sir? Go ahead.
Russ, I appreciate your work.
Thank you,
what I
Russ.
want to say was, if we lose private property rights and rule of law, we lose the country. We had an incident. We only had one tenant. He was an over-the-road truck driver, getting 30% more per load, decided he didn't want to work. So, fast forward, could evict him until there was a bunch of damage from his violent 14-year-old, but nonetheless, there was $22,000 in back rent, $16,000 in damage.
And you'll never get it.
Trying to stock him down. Probably never get it. But I agree with you entirely. I'm really disturbed. My 22-year-old daughter graduated summa cum laude up there at the Red Tiled Place in Boulder. And you are entirely correct. There is absolutely no room for diversity of thought, and it disturbs me greatly.
Yeah, thank you, and well said. Amy, you're having a problem with the landlord. Let's switch gears here. How can we help you?
Yeah, I'm calling about my mother. She's 80, and where she's living over in Wheat Ridge, she had her garbage disposal go down, and she had called them to come look at it. And that, it took a few visits for them to finally see that it was leaking. So this all happened initially about 4 weeks ago.
All right, hold on. I want to get an update on what's going on now. And let's help this woman, for goodness sakes. 80 years old.
office.
I'll do mine first.
You wish you had
What is it? Simply, you're going to do 888.
The Office Deep Dive Podcast, hosted by Brian Baumgartner, a.k.a. Kevin from The Office. Every week in this new hilarious podcast, Brian sits down with one of his old friends from The Office as they discuss their favorite moments on set and never-before-told stories.
Your kids watch it?
Never.
No, come on.
They've never watched it. Listen to The Office Deep Dive on the radio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
SimplyFloorsInc.com. That's the website. I want you to go there and schedule an appointment if you're looking for floor coverings of any kind. They'll take what you're interested in to your home, beautiful samples, and they have computer layouts to show you what it'll look like in your home. Why don't you do it today? SimplyFloorsInc.com. You'll also enjoy savings, 20, 30, 40, 50% sometimes. I swear to God, they are the lowest price. Why? Because they pass these savings on to consumers with better installers, better financing, better guarantees. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
A straightforward HVAC company that gives you the choices. You call them for a repair, guess what? They're not going to try to just sell you a brand new furnace. They're going to give you the choice. They'll tell you, even if it's an older unit, how much it'll cost to fix. Maybe you fix it for $300-400, but if you do want a new system, these guys will also give you the best price out there. These guys will match. In fact, they'll beat any other company, apples to apples. 888heating.com. Check them out now, online, or give them a call, 888heating.com.
Individual rates, coverage operates on savings in area, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all areas. If you run a small business, you know that dealing with workers' comp insurance can be tedious and costly. But Pi Insurance is changing that, and founder John Swigert is here with me to tell us how. At Pi, we saw that small businesses needed a better way to handle their workers' comp coverage. We built Pi Insurance.
Damn it, I knew that was not going to be
We make getting workers' comp a no-brainer with simple online shopping. Best of all, we're helping them save up to 30%. And the reviews say it all. That's right. Pi Insurance is rated excellent on Trustpilot by our customers. They tell us we're fast, affordable, and easy to work with. Thanks.
Gotcha. Okay. 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 Okay, I'll go in and share your thoughts, and maybe he wants to clarify what he said. I'm not real sure, but thank you so much.
It's smart luck.
They should.
It's fucking dumb. Don't they have it in traffic where they're marked as what they are? Industries?
You heard me talk about traffic.
Yeah, it's horrible. No, and you know what? I wasn't going to say it because it wasn't the time to say it. But when we were moving around spots, holy shit, Spence came unfucking glued on it and said, don't move another spot ever, remember?
720-542-8153. That's 720-542-8153. Or visit PrimePlumbingHeating.com.
I'm Dr. Baker, an ER physician. If you're having leg pain, swelling, or redness, but haven't talked to your doctor yet, don't wait. This could be deep vein thrombosis, a blood clot which could travel to your lungs and lead to a pulmonary embolism, which could cause chest pain.
Now the woman's got me doing yoga on Saturday.
Your symptoms can mean something.
Tell me that's not effed up.
The doctor right away, by phone, online, or in person.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is Bill Spear, General Manager of Queen Lexus of Greenwood Village, #1 Lexus dealer in Colorado, with both new and certified pre-owned sales for 2020. Celebrate the start of 2021. Lease the new IS300 sedan, Grand X300 SUV for only $349 per month. Come visit us today at Queen Lexus, 5150 South Quebec Street at I-25 in Bellevue, or online at QueenLexusAtGreenwoodVillage.com.
Versus Lease with $10,000 per year, $29.95 off plus SUV, security deposits, WS IS300, 254-3755, NX M2244786.
Okay, let me see what this calls for.
From the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer Weather Center.
Patchy morning fog followed by afternoon sunshine and gusty winds over 30 miles per hour. The high today 43 degrees. Snow showers tomorrow.
I'm Boxer, with a meteorologist, Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. New to the Wendy's 2 for $5 lineup is their classic chicken sandwich. So go grab a 2 for $5 deal and pick 2 faves, like a Dave single spicy chicken sandwich, nugs, and now the classic chicken sandwich. 2 for just $5. Price and participation may vary, limited time only.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency for radio tower. Take your radio with you.
630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices.
Listen to Denver's Talk Station.
Be online at KHOW.com. 630 KHOW.
An iHeart radio station.
I'm Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Amy, your 80-year-old mom had a garbage disposal leaking. Where is it today? What's going on today, and what can we do to help?
What is going on, though? Is it still not? Is it still leaking or not working?
It's just not been installed. He left her with one side of the sink she can't use. And
the drain is totally, he left her with one side totally disconnected.
Yep.
And how long has it been left like that?
He came and did that the day after the Super Bowl, so it's been 4 weeks almost.
That's ridiculous. So what are they saying?
So I spoke with, the manager won't answer the phone.
Just tell me what they're saying. Get right to the point where they said something. What did they say?
They said that my mom maliciously put something down there and blew a hole in it.
So hold on now. Even if that was true, why is it taking so long to fix?
They won't answer that.
Are they saying, are they saying she needs to pay to get it fixed? Are they doing that or not?
He said that, he said that she was going to have to pay for a new one. He showed up to fix it, and my mom wasn't feeling well. That was 2 weeks ago.
No, that's too bad. That's okay. So right now, though, is your mom expecting to pay for this?
The last time I talked to her, she was.
And what was supposedly put in this garbage disposal?
Oh, they didn't tell me. He said something was shoved down there, and it blew a hole right through the side of it.
Where's the apartment? Where's the apartment complex? What's the name of it? Wheat Ridge?
Vintage apartment.
Let's have Marty call over there.
You took the words out of my mouth. Deputy Smarty Pants loves dealing in things like this. No, he's very good at it, at this particular kind of problem. We call him Deputy Smarty Pants, Amy. You'll find out why in a hurry. Because he doesn't leave anything undone. Dot the I's, cross the T's, and then do it again and again and again and again. I'm just kidding. He is really, he's compulsively good, if you know what I mean, and thorough. I want to start there. This is, listen, if she wants to pay for it or agrees to pay for it, the issue is just getting it done right now, Suzanne. That's the issue, getting it done. So, Deputy Smarty Pants, I think we'll assign that and get a follow-up on that. Adam, hi. What's going on, Adam?
Good morning, Tom.
Hey.
I'm looking to start an LLC, and I've looked online, and there's all kind of ways to start one.
Yes, that's right.
What I really want to know is should I try it myself or should I use a lawyer?
Okay. To form it doesn't take anything. To form it, what you're finding are companies that want to be registered agents and also do your operating agreements. What is the purpose or function of the LLC? First, let me ask that.
I have a few properties, and I would like to put those under there to share myself.
Okay, so are you renting them?
Yes, I am.
Okay, if you rent, you should not have one LLC for all of your rentals. That defeats the entire purpose.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the LLC stands for what?
Now you locked my brain.
Here's what, Adam. I'm just playing with you. It stands for Limited Liability Company. Okay. Right. You want to limit it as much as possible. The worst thing you want is a rich LLC. So each property, give me a name, give me an address. Let's say 123 Adams Street.
Okay.
So I would do an LLC called 123 Adams Street LLC. That's what I would do. Now, then that LLC, here's the thing. You can pay a lot of money to start that and to write operating agreements and all that, but here's what I would do. I'm not telling you what to do or giving you legal advice. I'm telling you what I would do. You go to the state of Colorado's website and you form it immediately. You form it with a name. Then, if it's a single member LLC and you don't want to do its own tax return, it's called a disregarded entity. You just want the LLC for liability purposes, but you don't want to have to do 4 different tax returns, right? And that is called a disregarded entity. Its formation is only for limiting liability. So what you do after that, so you do an LLC with the state, and then you use your social security number instead of a tax ID. And when you have your taxes done, you tell them this is a disregarded entity, and they put it on your tax return. But let me explain something. This is what I would do. I would also then do an operating agreement. And my operating agreement, I swear to you, is as simple as this. I am forming this LLC under the following operating conditions: to rent out 123 Adams Street and make a profit. That is my goal, period. I would not complicate things. Now, because you know absolutely nothing, I think you should get some help.
Yeah, it doesn't cost that much, but really you need to get an EIN number, too. You generally want to get that first.
Mark, I just said, if it's a disregarded entity, you absolutely use your social. That's all you use. Getting an EIN number also necessitates he'll have to do a tax return then. You don't want to have 5 tax returns for 5 stupid LLCs. If all he is doing is having 1 per house to limit liability, it's called a disregarded entity, and you use your social security number. What Mark said goes for most LLCs, meaning if you're going to run a business, right after formation, you get your EIN number, and then
I would never attach personally my social to a business. I just wouldn't do it. Okay. I'd always have an EIN.
Mark, in some cases, that is not the right way to do it, okay? Whether you would do it or not, it's called a disregarded entity on purpose, and it doesn't attach liability. It simply means it is not filing a tax return, and all of the pluses and minuses are going to you. There's a reason for that. It's to simplify things when it comes to bookkeeping and taxes. However, you are not attaching to the liability. You're simply using your social. Now, if you use an EIN, there's nothing wrong with getting an EIN number. In fact, that is the proper thing to do, except then you have the added level of having to do taxes. See, at the end of the year, Mark and I have like all of these different tax returns that have to be done because of our LLCs. We can't have a disregarded entity because if there's 2 of us involved. You can only have a disregarded entity if there's 1 involved, and then all you're doing is limiting your liability. So, Adam, I truly, honest to God, think you need an attorney. I would say normally you don't, but it's pretty obvious. And this is not a put down. It's just that I don't think you know it. And you could make some very serious mistakes. Like, for example, maybe an attorney will tell you to combine all of them in 1 LLC with an EIN number. I personally don't like doing that. I'd like, in limiting liability, you parse out the properties, because if you have all of them in 1, you could have an attractive LLC. The last thing you want is an attractive LLC, because you want to limit lawsuits and you want to limit claims. Bradley O'Brien Legal Services, he would be the excellent one if you are a landlord. How many rentals do you have, Adam?
I only have 2 right now.
Okay, but you're going to get more?
Yes, I am.
All right. So what you might want to do is consult him. And, Adam, it's the best money you will spend. And you could probably ask him, hey, Brad, is it all right if I do some of the work? Like if all I have to do is go online and form one and do this and that. And then he can maybe help you with a boilerplate operating agreement. No matter what, you can talk to them, and it's not going to cost you to find out what it'll cost you.
What's the number again, Tom?
All right, 720-370-7388. And that's olslaw.com. 720-370-7388. Now, O'Brien does all kinds of real estate. I want to all kinds of real estate law, including reviewing docs. I want to make something clear, though, for people listening right now. The proper thing to do with a company, an LLC, is to have its own EIN, because most LLCs will do tax returns, okay? I'm only talking about very simple LLCs, which is only function is to own one property and also have limited liability, but just one property. What were you going to say, Mark?
I'm staring at something I can't believe. It had nothing to do with that.
Go ahead. What is it?
Well, in Israel now, they have they just started vaccination passports, man.
Wow.
That's it. There's places you can go. If you're not green, you ain't going. I hope that doesn't come here. But really
why? You're getting a vaccine.
I don't mind getting the vaccine, but I already had it, so I could care less either way. But to me, that's just God. It's crazy, man. You're going to be green stamped now. Like, you want to go to Hawaii, boy? If you're not green stamped, you ain't coming.
By the way, I have 5 waiting lists I'm on.
Yeah, we had a caller call up. Went on a list. What was it? Yesterday, he got the shot.
UC Health. I've been on that waiting list. How can somebody who's been on a waiting list for a month, how can they not get one? And a guy signs up and gets it in 2 days.
You've been flagged.
No, seriously. Maybe someone can help us by telling us that. I'm Tom Martino. I will take all of your calls. I promise.
This is Denver's Talk Station.
Okay, we just did those. What else?
Oh, I forgot to write.
Just say it.
Go pee.
Denver.
We don't have anything? Okay, nothing. Good.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's.
From the Midwest Sports Traffic Center, we go to the high country.
Curse you, Mark, that you don't
As we open both the roads between highways.
Oh, you're trucking that.
Babe,
what does your mask say? What does it
smile
say?
like you mean it.
I got a crash downtown.
Okay, so, Addie, yesterday we're having dinner, and she's like, Mom, I don't understand. I keep my credit card paid off, and I got a thing on my credit card saying my credit score went down 11 points. I don't understand. So we logged on and I screenshot it. So this is what it says. Credit use, the percentage of, it says, they were decreased by 11 points. Total debt, 0 to 1,000. She's got a 0 balance. It says your available credit decreased from this to this. Okay, and then so I went on to our Capital One login, and you had made a big charge for iHeart. And so does that stuff affect her because she's on because the amount was too close? That's what I wondered. When you make a big charge since she's attached to our credit cards, so I know you did that.
Yeah, no, this is just hers.
I understand that, but I know that you attach the kids to our credit cards to help with their credit scores.
Yeah.
When we make a big charge, does it make our credit score go down for a minute until we pay it off or whatever?
Yes.
Okay, so the amount is so close to what you charged at iHeart a couple days ago. I wondered if that's what it made it go down, and I said when we pay that, it'll go back up.
I don't know what that's made of, but that has nothing to do with that charge.
Okay, well, her credit limit is not that.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what makes up her credit limit is what I'm saying.
So do you need to pull a credit report on her and figure out?
Yeah, we can look at it. But I mean, this is basic. It's just soon as it shows 0, then it's 0.
Well, her credit balance on her credit card is 0.
Well, it wasn't at this point. It was
Right, I don't know when that was. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just told her, don't panic until I showed you.
Yeah. What is it though? It's still 800, isn't it?
It's not. Is it 800? I forget.
I mean, Miles is like 820.
I don't think hers is quite in the 800s yet.
Well, okay.
It might be. I don't remember now.
Yeah. It's always going to fluctuate. If I charge 50,000 to iHeart, mine will drop, 5 points. But as soon as I pay it off,
that's what I was
it pops back up.
That's what I was trying to tell her.
Yeah. That's why people don't realize this. So the other important part is that available credit Like I might have 400,000 available credit. If I close a card that has a $50,000 limit because I never use it, all of a sudden my available credit drops to 350, and that negatively affects me because now I don't have as much credit as I used to. So you should never close a fucking credit card unless you have to.
No, actually, it's good to have. I just found out the game of having an extra credit card because it's percentage of credit.
It's over. That's the whole thing. If you close a credit card, it'll ding the shit out of you.
Hey, even if, So, I was going to ask, on the payments.
What payments?
The Hyundai.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you make 3 and at the 4th pay it off?
It depends what my interest rate is. Like, we get 0% interest. I probably will never pay it off.
Because they're 0%.
But why did you get 0, motherfucker?
Because I'm better than you.
No, why'd you get 0?
Well, on that one we didn't. On that one we got 1.9 because I took the cash.
But like on your Genesis.
But if 1.9, I probably won't pay it off.
But your Genesis, we pay every month.
What do I have? 3 something.
That's 0.
Mark, I have 3 something.
Your credit?
I think, right?
I don't know. I don't know what your interest rate is.
I think it's like that, about 3.
See, they have 6 at McDonald Hyundai. We should go down there and make a double deal, Tom.
Here's what
GV80s.
I know.
They're not going off list price though. Plus they're very dangerous vehicles. I was reading. They said Tiger would, if he was in a regular Santa Fe, just like yours.
Hey, what am I looking for?
He'd be walking today.
Let me just see. I'm going to find out my.
Tommy and I could drive off together with our SUV.
I want a white one.
Me too.
Yeah, whatever. No, here's what you want to do though. For your best deal, you want to. How much did you take on it? Like 15. What did you loan on it? What I would do is pay half of it off in, or even 3/4 of it. Just pay everything, pretty much the entire thing off, but make it to where you make payments total on it for over 6 months. But that way,
now say it again.
So let's say, like right now, I'd make a big fucking lump payment of.
Now you would.
Yeah, 10 grand.
Why?
Why not? Because you're not going to pay whatever your interest is on that 10 grand. And then do regular payments for 6 months.
Do you just
and then
make
pay
that
it off.
payment, or you have to designate it?
No, you can. When you log on to that portal, you can see where you can make a one-time payment.
No, I know that, but they don't. But they won't count it as payments in advance.
Oh fuck no! It'll go right towards the.
Okay, I wonder if they play games like that.
No. What's funny though is
it says my interest rate is 5.8.
Yeah, that's not good.
No. How do they mean that? I don't understand that. I thought it was way less than that. But that's on the disclosure. Doesn't that usually show more?
No, it's always right there.
Okay, so
they're straight shooters.
So 5.8 is bullshit.
Yeah, but who gives a shit because you're going to be refining it. That's the only place they made money on your deal is that. That's why it's 5.8. They sold it to some bank at 5.8 for probably $1,000. If that was 3%, they wouldn't have made shit.
So you can make payments in between any other payment and they just count it.
Yeah, but you want at least 6 months where you pay it off.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And I'll tell you, I love Compass Insurance Group for the insurance checkup. You can get an insurance checkup. They'll compare 20 to 25 companies and get you great rates and beat them or tell you you have a great deal with no obligation whatsoever. They go to work for you. Free insurance checkup. Everyone should do it. TheInsuranceHelpCenter.com or 303-996-9000. Where did all the calls go? 303-996-9000. We had a bunch of calls, people talking about tenant landlord stuff and other stuff. And here's the bottom line, all right? The bottom line is this, that right now the federal government is going to extend the eviction moratorium to September. Now, at the same time, a Texas judge ruled that it's unconstitutional. The federal government overstepped its bounds, a judge said, a federal judge. What does that mean? Well, we have to wait to find out.
What's the difference between telling a landlord he can't collect rent on his own property and also say telling Walmart they got to give away free groceries and bicycles. What the hell's the difference? There is no difference. How come they're not saying Walmart, hey, you got to give out free food if someone comes in and says COVID?
There's a better analogy, because they're not saying you can't collect rent or should not collect rent. They're saying you can't evict. Here's a better analogy. They're saying you can go in and take food and fill it up,
and you won't get arrested.
Exactly. Or they can't arrest you. There's a moratorium.
They can't stop you as you're walking out with T-bones.
Yeah, if you say it's for COVID. No, that's a better analogy. Okay, Karen, I am so sorry you've been waiting. What's going on, Karen?
Yes, sir. My husband retired.
Okay.
We decided to move down to Texas.
Okay.
And we called up and we hired a company called Nationwide Relocation.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I can just tell by the name. Okay, so moved to Texas, and how did you find them? Just a Google search, right?
A Google search, and then my husband called the phone number. They called him back and said, yeah, we told him what we had. We'll do it for $6,100.
Hold on a second, Mel.
Okay.
They said that over the phone without ever seeing it. Did you take pictures, videos, anything?
No, sir. We told them we had 2 storage units side by side, which were like it would be in a 20 by 40. So they quoted us a price.
So that's what you told them. We have 2 storage units, 20 by 40. That's all you told them?
Yes, sir.
My goodness gracious. And they said the quote was how much?
A little over $8,000.
Okay, I'm going to say.
What was the name of this crazy place?
It was Nationwide Relocation.
I bet they're in Florida.
But here's what I want to know.
Correct.
Yeah, all of the scammers.
Boca Raton.
Yep, all of the scam movers. But Karen, you may have allowed them. You may have screwed yourself. Is that what I want to say? I need to know some important stuff here. Did they ever send you paperwork to sign, documents?
We signed a document. We paid the initial down payment.
How much?
$2,134.
Okay, $2,100 down. And what was the document? Did you send us one? Suze, do we have a copy of her contract?
No.
Okay, so what happened then?
They subcontracted it out to...
right, because most of these people are not movers.
A Palestinian guy named David.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter where he's from. I'll tell you this. They all subcontract out this. No one. And what did David do? Tell me what happened after that.
He showed up, and he says, oh, I can't do this for what you were quoted. I'll give it to you for a flat rate of $8,000. That includes packing.
But you already said it was $8,000. You already said it was $8,000. He said, I can't do it for $8,000. I'll do it for $8,000.
No, Nationwide was going to do it for $6,100.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. For $6,100 with what $2,100 down.
Yikes!
And he came out and said $8,000. Okay, then what?
And
that should have been your first. What you should have done.
Let's go for it.
Here's what you should have done. You had a contract for $6,100. You should have said, forget it. That's what you should have said.
But keep going. What happened?
That's what my husband told him. But.
Told him what? Told him what?
We got a quote. We got a written quote.
Yeah, and what did they say about it?
Too much. Can't do it.
Okay, then I would have said then.
And I talked it over.
Okay.
He said, go ahead and do it for the $8,000.
Okay, now what's going on?
They showed up with
yeah, we know all that. We know all about showing up. I want to know the problem.
They took 2 26-foot Penske trucks and loaded all my stuff in it.
Okay.
And come up and says, Karen, I don't want you to sign. I want your husband to sign. $15,000.
Now, wait a minute. He just told you $8,000.
Correct. But after everything was loaded, he wanted $15,000. He wanted my husband to sign the paperwork.
Did he say it was based, and it was after it was loaded? These guys are crooks. But guess what? You allowed him to do it. Now tell me, did your husband sign the $15,000 contract?
No, sir. My husband wasn't even there.
Then
my
what
daughter
happened?
And I offered to sign
what
it.
happened?
They picked up my stuff and they took it.
And you agreed.
got
Hold
ahold of a
on.
lawyer.
Hold on. You agreed to the $15,000.
No, I did not. Neither did my husband.
So wait. Hold on. You got to start speaking in real sentences that I can understand. You said they said it was going to be $15,000 and put a contract in your face. You didn't sign it, so therefore they didn't move it, right? Did they? Or did they say
well, they
I'm going to? So wait, when did they tell you? Right at the point of pickup is when they told you it was going to be $15,000.
And my
That's a
husband
yes
told
or
him
no,
to load it,
Karen.
put it all
That's
back
a yes.
in the storage unit.
Karen, he said put it all back. Is that what he said?
Yep.
And what did they do?
They got in a truck and took off.
With your stuff?
With my stuff.
All right, that's where I want to end it right here for now. I'm going to come right back to you. This is an outrageous story.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio.
To 8 to 15.
And you know, guess what? She'll never get her stuff.
Or she'll never get her stuff.
Denver's talk station, available on over 2,000 devices.
There are no good movers anymore.
Now,
They're all local. They're all thieves.
They aren't.
Actually, Johnson's not bad.
I know it. That's it. But you know what? People don't want to pay those prices, which they end up paying more anyway.
They end up. That's the part. I don't know if you're a legit guy. How do you compete with the shysters? You're always going to be lower, but you don't lie up front. It's a fucked up industry.
Wreck on the ramp from eastbound I-76 to northbound I-25. Crash westbound 270 at Highway 36 has just been.
Why are they all out of Florida? Is it,
I don't know, Mark. I swear to
they
God.
must have some law with transportation or something that's different.
No, because it's.
With a high of 46
No,
right now, a few clouds and 34.
It just sucks.
Traffic and weather. I'm Pete Wagner.
Maybe it's
KHOW.
no state income tax. I mean, there's got to be a reason. Go.
For 5 deal and pick 2 favorites.
Yeah, it is.
Like a Dave single
It is
spicy
no
chicken
state
sandwich,
tax,
nuts,
but maybe
and
that
the classic
there are
chicken
other states like
sandwich,
that.
2 for just $5. Price and participation may vary. Limited time only.
You don't have to live with pain. And I've been telling you to please call 303-GOT-PAIN. That's Colorado Pain Care. Tell your friends and neighbors and relatives about it. This is a revolutionary clinic with brand new technology, along with old technology, along with physical therapy. These are professional doctors in town who are dedicated to helping you out of your pain. That's the message. And I'm telling you, there's too many treatment options to go over. Plus, the physical therapy I told you that they help you do on your own for pain flare-ups. Plus, very advanced stuff. Please call them. Get a consultation. It's ColoradoPainCare.com. They take all insurance. 303-GOT-PAIN. 303-GOT-PAIN. So, you need countertops. You know where to go. TheArtOfGranite.com. It's really that simple. You can get a price on the phone right now. Of course, if you have some square footage, maybe you take a picture of the area, TheArtOfGranite.com. They will template and install it. You can have countertops in 2 weeks from the time you pick your material. TheArtOfGranite.com. He's a direct stone importer. Quartz is hot. He's doing quartz as well. Get your price on the phone. Get a free bathroom when you do it. Get tear out and haul away when you do it. And, of course, new countertops. 303-386-5919. 386-5919.
God, it's amazing, that fucking rover on Mars. God, it's so cool. It is so cool we can send a remote control car that far away. Why do you think they do? How come the rover doesn't have like a little, hey Steve, is Travis in by any chance? Hey, I just got a quick question on a recipe. If I'm doing the cake setup instead of bottling, and it says for fermentation, it says 2 weeks primary, 2 weeks secondary, so I'm just going to do 4 weeks, and it says 2 weeks bottling. Right after the 4 weeks, I can literally keg it, right? Okay, so the 2 weeks bottling is if you're just doing the sugar or whatever at bottling instead of the cake. Thanks, dude. Bye.
Actually taking big risks.
savings accounts, well, they're not safe from inflation. They're not safe from taxes. There are, in fact, different asset
that landing, did you actually watch that whole landing?
No,
Oh my God, it's unbelievable.
It's like having 12 eggs in 12 baskets. Diversification helps you manage your risk while still giving you the opportunities provided by the financial markets.
That was award-winning radio host Rick Edelman. Get help diversifying your portfolio from one of our financial planners by calling 888-PLAN-RIC or visit rickedelman.com.
Frank Duran, the real estate man with RE/MAX Alliance. He is a certified negotiation expert, and he knows.
What I was saying, imagine this though. How come that little rover doesn't have a little, what do you call it? A little, like, helicopter that can pop out and fly all around?
I know. Like,
why is it just a car? Why not a drone?
They may not have an atmosphere that can develop lift.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, but you could with a little jet, right? No matter what.
Right, but they're take a lot of fuel.
This product contains
that's true.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
So you're thinking that on Mars you might not be able to use a fan blade, if you will, to propel. Right, and that's amazing, actually.
You've got freedom. They're tobacco leaf free, so you can enjoy them virtually anywhere. More flavors, more strengths, more
freedom. You can on the moon.
Milo Max.
You can or can't?
Then
how come those flags are waving, huh?
They're not waving.
Yeah, how come they're waving?
What is that, though? It is out, just out like that, isn't it? So I wonder, do they do it like that, then it stays, or what? What do you think?
I don't know.
Ask that question.
But that's why that's why people say we've never been to the moon. It's all Hollywood stunts, is because,
And when you're done?
Oh my God, that is the coolest fucking landing, dude.
The faster, easier, cleaner way to clean your floors.
Indeed, an unexpected growth can stretch your business thin.
Like Amir's warehouse. To expand capacity, you need to get started hiring right.
We're going to give Ken that moving case.
Indeed.
Instead of Monty.
And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get
Ken has enough.
quality candidates from our resume database.
Okay.
Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know the River Nile flows south to north? Learn more about the river that shaped one of the first civilizations in the Nile. 5,000 years of history on Curiosity Stream. Curiosity Stream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KNOW.
Tom Martino here for you. This is a terrible story, And I know she has a lot to tell
me. We got to get through it so we can get. I hope we can help. I mean, this sounds like a crime. The problem is they did everything wrong, okay? They absolutely did everything wrong. I'm going to go over what they did wrong after, because it's critical that you follow the proper procedures when moving. So, Karen, they took off, and then what happened after they took off? Did you call the police?
Yes, sir. I have a police report.
And what did they say? Okay, I wouldn't go into detail with the police. I would simply say, without a firm agreement, they took our stuff and then said it's not going to be what they quoted, and they took off. So what happened? Did the police investigate?
They just took a report and said there wasn't much they could do because this is
a civil matter.
Common practice.
They stole their stuff. Okay, so what happened then? Did it ever show up?
Two gentlemen showed up in August wanting $3,040.
Hold on. Wait. You've already. How much did you pay up to that point? They took off when? When did that happen? Where they drove away from you with the stuff? What month? June. And then in August. They showed up. And they wanted $3,000, but you had already paid $2,100, so that would have been a deal. That would have only been $5,100. So they only wanted $3,000.
for that one truck. My husband says no, because then they'll show up with the other truck and want another $3,040.
Yeah, but here's what I want to know. Up to that point, you had only paid an actual $2,100. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So what happened? Did you let them drop that load?
No, sir. My husband said no.
Okay. Then what happened?
It sounded funny.
Got it. I got it. Then what happened?
I talked to the lady that answers the phone at Nationwide. I go, when will I get my other stuff? And how much is that going to cost me?
Yeah.
Nothing. You just pay him the $3,040, and in 2 days the other stuff will be here.
Yeah, right.
Okay, did you do it?
So,
Karen, I need to get to the action part. Did you do anything? Did the stuff come? I don't need to know the conversation.
I have a load. Supposedly, I have a load here in Texas, and I still have a load in Colorado.
Okay, now, did they deliver the load in this? We're talking about last June.
She didn't pay the money, so they haven't delivered anything.
So right now, nothing has been delivered so far. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, good. Now, I don't mean good. I mean, at least I know that. Now, when was the last time you talked to them?
August of last year.
Now, why are you calling today? What happened? Why did you just call today?
I've been trying to call Nationwide.
They're not, by the way, it doesn't matter. They're a broker. It absolutely doesn't matter. In no world are they going to take responsibility, okay? It just doesn't. I don't know how to get that through your head. They're not connected in any way. They're not the boss. They're nothing. They are absolutely nothing. All you did was paid them. They're out of it. Then they call a company and say, do you want this move? And they've already gotten their money. So you understand, right now it's between you and whoever has your stuff. Do you have a name and a number of someone who has your stuff?
L&M or H&M
Is that
relocation.
That was the guy that tried to deliver. Is that right?
I believe that some of his drivers are the ones that tried to drop it off.
Why? Did they leave a card with you?
No, sir. No card.
Then how did you find out? How did you find out it was L&M that has your stuff right now? How did you find that out? Okay, Karen, if you can't answer questions, dear, honest to God, we can't help you. We can't. I need to ask a question, and then you answer the question. And if you do that, we will at least find a lot of stuff out for you. And we'll go after them. See if she can do that after this.
This is Dan Kaplis. My parents always told us that we were...
They got a helicopter on this thing. Look at this thing.
And it must have enough atmosphere.
Look. I don't know. It's got a little fucking helicopter.
Is it flying?
Not right here. I don't know what it's doing.
It's a drone, right?
Well, no, it's a helicopter. There's one. They call it the Mars helicopter.
Right. What, does that look like a drone? I mean, I don't get.
There's only one. It looks like a helicopter.
What makes a drone in your mind? And what makes a helicopter? I don't know.
I think
I don't have a definition.
One propeller compared to four. I don't know. I mean, that's in my mind. Because if you only have one. Let me tell you, you ever try to fly a fucking little gas-powered helicopter? I had mine. I put I had $1,000 in it. $1,000. I take off and fucking trashed it in my first flight.
Well, you need the tail rotor, unless you have counter-rotating.
I trashed it first flight. It was a
tail rotor.
I don't know. I don't remember.
See, it should have had. If it's remote controlled, Mark.
Remember the helicopter I paid $1,000 for the first time I flew and I fucking crashed it?
But they should have an automatic tail rotor on those. They can't expect people to do both.
It was.
I do both.
I took it off and I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. I mean, it was nothing like my drone. The drone, you go up, down, left, right.
I wonder why you crashed it, though. If it was a helicopter, what would be...
Because he had no idea what he was doing.
Well, I know, but really, think about it.
I was so pissed.
Think about it.
$1,000.
No, but fucking shattered. If you lifted it up, right, it probably had an automatic tail rotor. That, like, they both moved at the same time, right?
Sure. It was yours.
So if you pick... Well, of course they do. So you pick it up, Why would it go like that?
Because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
But with an air,
basically, I brought it up.
I crashed,
and then I was trying to go a direction, and basically,
He probably
it basically went upside down and flew itself into the street.
overcorrected.
It literally flew itself into the fucking street.
Why would anyone right now?
Well, this was before there was drones.
Okay, real quick with this Karen woman, I said if you wanted to give this moving company $100,000 for your stuff, who would you call? She has no idea. She has no idea who it is, who took her stuff. She said my daughter followed one of the trucks into a storage unit off of
Then where did
Havana.
she get L&M?
Wait,
is she saying it's here in Denver?
One truck, she says, is here in Denver, but she has, honest to God, Tom, this woman has no idea where her stuff
This
is.
shit is so shady. You know, and I told this to my parents when they moved here to Florida. You know what I said? You're fucking crazy to hire a mover, have an estate sale, sell everything, and buy new shit.
But here's my idea. Why wouldn't we call Nationwide to look up her address to see who was brokered for that deal?
Well, we can if they'll let us. They may not tell us.
Ken can do a three-way with her on the phone and say, I need to know who has my stuff.
They're not going to fucking
Okay. Has Ken ever done one of those three ways? Do you think he can maneuver that?
I have no idea.
Listen, I'm not saying that Smarty is better or anything, but
well, on medical shit, Doc's great.
I'm not saying he's not. He's great on everything. He's a smart guy, but there's a certain amount of manipulation of these three ways that are
For these three ways.
Let's call Nationwide right now and say, listen, we need to know all we want to know. Well, how about that? Or have somebody call right now. Just have somebody call.
I'll have Ken call.
Just to say, look, we understand you subbed this out. We just need to know who has it. We'll deal with them directly. We're not holding you responsible. Just say something like that.
If the fucking helicopter is working as expected, they got a little fucking helicopter they can fly around from the rover.
Then there must be atmosphere enough to do that, right? Because they have the rotors,
I guess
right?
so.
You're looking at the rotors, right?
It's the weirdest looking thing, man. There's one prop on top, and then there's a prop on the one on top. That's it.
You know why? So they don't need a tail rotor. Otherwise, it would spin around.
Yeah, I get you. Because that's what, if something runs into your fucking tail rotor, you're dead.
Yeah, because the way yours works is they all counter-rotate.
Yeah, and when you turn, one is faster than the other. One slows down. Really, the inertia is what steers it, the drone, you know what I'm saying? But this,
the variation.
So you're saying one of these rotors is the one that steers it, and the other's giving it lift?
Here's what I think. To make it simple, they probably have one going this way, one going this way. That keeps it stable.
Okay.
That keeps it so it doesn't spin. Then the way they move is by the entire disc moves.
The pitch, right?
No, well, it could be.
If they want to go forward.
Like a regular helicopter. And Mark, on a helicopter, if you want to go forward, people think easy. You increase the lift in the back, right? Like that. Yeah.
And then you.
Yeah. And you do. But. And I don't know how the fuck they figured this out over years of dead people, but in order, like, okay, if you want to turn right, you increase the lift here, and then it turns, right? And then you increase the lift of the tail rotor, so it turns the tail, so it goes like this, right? So the tail's moving too.
But yours is all auto or not? The tail rotor?
No, you have to control the tail rotor separately, not the RPMs. The RPMs are tied to that. You have the lift. So I can sit there, and if I want to, just do this.
Well, that's probably why I couldn't fly my helicopter good, because I didn't know that.
But here's the big problem. The big problem is when they were designing, in order to turn right, you would think, okay, we're going to increase the lift there. Okay, and if you did that, if we do that, it would point it there. Like you increase the lift, it goes because the rotors, right? Okay, but
it's not moving,
right? So then you need to help it with this. But if you increase the lift here, you'll go backwards.
Because of the way it's spinning?
Because it spins so fast that the control movement here is spelled 90 degrees. It's called gyroscopic precession.
That actually makes sense, because it's going so fast.
So now, in order to go right, you increase the lift where? Opposite. No, behind you. 90 degrees. It takes 90 degrees. So you increase the lift of your blade there, and then it comes here.
And then it moves.
But you have to increase the lift back here on every blade as it gets there. So if you have 3 blades or 2 blades or 4 blades, the blades have to do this and then go back to normal. So they go like this as they're, so, you know,
You guys are on about 15 seconds.
You don't increase the lift and keep it. It's only increased there.
And then it goes back.
Second.
Jesus, that's insane.
It goes back and you don't keep it there. It's weird. Yeah, it has to go back because when that blade that you increase the lift on gets here, it can't be increased the lift.
What else if you don't? Oh, when you increase it, automatically does everything.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere, dealing with these everyday aches and pains, and we love helping people. We love helping people. That's why I love telling you about Water Pros, the cheapest, best quality water conditioning anywhere. When I say cheapest, I mean the lowest price. WaterPros.net for full house conditioning or softening. WaterPros.net. Really, under $2,000, fully installed. You got to call them. Water Pros, and they're honest. WaterPros.net. Okay, so this moving company is a disaster. And I feel so badly for Karen. We want to help Karen if we can, but I'm not sure we can. What happened? Listen to the story, folks. Okay, what happened was she calls a moving company nationwide, relocation services out of Florida. That was the first mistake. Okay, and then she got a quote on the phone. The second mistake. The quote was $6,100. She put $2,100 down. The third mistake, and I'll go over each one of these and how to do it properly. And then she gives them money. So all of this done on the phone before they even showed up. Then they show up, but it's a subcontractor, and he says can't do it for $61. It's going to be $8. Okay. The next mistake, they agreed to the $8. So this guy marked them as pigeons. So then he loads up 2 trucks and says, "Okay, we're done loading. It's going to be $15,000. They refuse. They would not sign anything. So these movers take off. They take off. They're gone. Think about that. They're gone. They call the police. Police can't do anything. 2 months later, this was back in June. 2 months later, I think it is.
They handled it so wrong with the cops. What I would have done at that point, I would have called the cops and said, "Hey, I came home. People are taking my stuff and loading it into a truck."
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't have done this. Well, you can get in trouble for false reporting, but
That's not false. That's what those guys were doing. They were ripping their faces off.
And I had no contract with them whatsoever. You're right. Okay, so a couple months later, they show up and took the stuff, and then they show up to deliver it, I mean. But now on delivery, they want $3,000 and only 1 truck. And they say, "Wait a minute, we have 2 trucks. What's going to stop you from charging us another $2,000? Now, remember this. If they would do it, or $3,000, remember, if these guys who are delivering it would do it for $3,000, if you add that to the $2,100 they put down, it would have been a pretty good price, $5,100. But they were afraid they were going to be charged for the second truck, another $3,000. Even then, it would have been, 3 plus 3 is 6 plus 2, 8,100, and they had agreed to 8,000. So even then it would have been the same as they agreed to. But still screwed up, right? So Karen said they don't know who they are. Karen, when they showed up, and you can't get a hold of Nationwide to tell you who they are. When they showed up and left, they didn't leave a card when you refused delivery. They didn't leave any information, right?
No, they did not, sir.
Okay.
But Tom?
Yes.
Her daughter apparently took a picture of the paperwork from the movers when they were there, so I have texted her daughter to say, please share the paperwork so we can call them.
But why did Karen mention L&M relocation? Where did that name come from, L&M relocation? Where did it come from?
They're the ones who come and picked up our household goods.
When? Oh, the one that said it was going to be David, he said it was going to be $8,000. Then he said it was going to be $15,000, right?
Correct.
Okay. And by the way, these guys don't ever use the same name. So you're not even, here's the thing, they don't care. Your stuff is somewhere. How important is this stuff, Karen? Because you have to come to grips with the fact that you may never get it. How important is this stuff?
Well, it's really important because there's stuff in there of
priceless.
Family members who have done passed away, my kids' baby pictures, family photos that can never be replaced again.
Other than those things, I understand. Other than sentimental value, is there any other kind of value? Because here's why, Karen, and I want people listening to this. The reason I say this is it almost never pays to move, ever, across state lines, because all of your sentimental stuff, pictures, could be put in a couple boxes in your car. If people truly look through stuff that's sentimental, they can get that stuff and be done with it. It almost never pays to move, ever. I mean, ever.
With my parents, when they moved from here to Florida, they sold everything, and when they got there, they just went to the furniture store and rebought everything.
Right.
And it was less than if the quotes they got for moving.
Right. And
they had brand new stuff.
And the sentimental stuff you take with you. Now, or you ship. Karen, did your daughter follow that truck?
Yes, she did.
And where did it go?
To a moving and storage unit off not Hamden, but Havana, and I believe Mexico.
And what is it, a storage place?
Yes, sir.
So they're renting a storage locker there with your stuff and trying to shake you down for money.
Which is odd because they've been paying for that locker for a long time.
So how long ago and why all of a sudden did you call us? This happened last year. Why did you call us now?
I've been trying to get a hold of the moving company. I've been trying to talk to other moving companies as to what to do.
Okay.
They told me to go to DOT, go to another moving company and see what kind of licenses and permits they have to have and see if they've got them.
Hey, haven't we heard?
What does that have to do? Who cares if they have the right licensings and permits? What does any of that got to do with getting your stuff?
None of it does.
Guys, I think I found H&M Relocation Services website, and they're in Aurora.
Who's H&M? She said L&M.
She said or H&M. And there is an H&M Relocation Services.
Or H&M. Well, that's a big difference. H&M or L&M, that's a giant difference. So why do you think it's either one of those? Where did you get that notion?
My daughter's got a copy of the paperwork.
Okay.
Because you refused to give us any paperwork or anything. So my daughter took a picture of the paperwork.
What do you mean they refused to give you paperwork? Why did you do, when you sign it and say, I want a copy, if they said no, why did you let them even start the job under these conditions? We want money up front. We're not going to let you have any paperwork. And they didn't put it.
She got bamboozled.
I know.
No doubt.
Listen,
find
Karen,
out, get us something, a real name and address in Aurora, and I'll go down there. But you got to get us something.
You know what? Every day this is happening.
We haven't done a Facebook Live for a while.
Day.
Hopefully we can get a freaking address.
It's L&M or H&M. We don't even know that. They're two completely different initials. I mean, it could be anybody.
Quit beating her up.
Look. I'm not beating her up. Karen, you better stick with us. We're going to try to help you. And this relocation services, are they even around anymore, the original one, nationwide? Suze?
I don't know about nationwide, but H&M Relocation Services Moving and Storage in Aurora is alive and well.
Okay. What about L&M? Did we look for an L&M?
There's no L&M relocation.
So, and by the way, they're not getting that number from here. They're getting that number from the time the guy came to load. So where was the address? Where were you located when this guy came and loaded up and took off? Where were you?
All of our household goods were in the Cube Smart.
Where?
Off of,
okay.
Mississippi and Chambers in
And where were they moving them to?
Mexico.
But it was in Colorado. This place,
Texas.
Okay. Did you ever move to Texas?
Yes, sir. We're there now.
Okay. Are you here right now? You talking to me from Texas?
Yes, sir. I sure am.
Did you end up buying just new stuff or what?
Pretty much. That's what we've done.
Yeah.
Listen, this is a terrible thing, but really, if you think about it, you're only out right now $2,100, which is I don't want to make it sound like that's not a big deal, and I feel bad about your pictures and all of that, but thank God you didn't keep paying out the nose.
Nowadays too, pictures and stuff, it's all internet, man. It's all on the cloud.
The relocation services basically found someone here in Denver. So this David is here in Denver.
Yes, sir.
And there's no reason to believe he still doesn't have your stuff. You said there was one load in Texas, though, right?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
Because they showed up to my house wanting $3,040.
The people that showed up in Texas, did they have Texas plates, Colorado plates? What was it? Or you said it was a Penske?
Yes, sir.
And did you get a name down there of a company, or do you think it's the same one from Colorado? Because it seems...
He told me David had him come down to drop this off.
What sounds strange is if they went all the way from Colorado to Texas to deliver stuff and you wouldn't pay, what did they do? That's what I want to know. What did they do?
They said they were putting it in another storage unit down here.
I'll bet. Why would they do that and pay for storage right now? Why would they do that? They'd have to offload that entire truck in storage.
Are they? I think they're. Oh no, they're not pods. They moved them from the pods.
Did you have a lot of big stuff to move in those storage units? Was there big, heavy furniture at all?
Some. We got rid of the couches and the mattresses.
What was mostly in there? Boxes.
Boxes.
Okay.
I hope people listening are really listening to this story because we get these once a week.
Now moving, I'm going to go over this with you, okay? I'm going to go over it with you. And I promise you, if you follow what I say, you're not going to get ripped off.
They're just fucking outright thieves.
Divorce becomes a reality.
They're fucking thieves.
You can count on.
Imagine if that happened to your parents, how pissed you would be.
We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
The government would stop this. They put an end to it.
The reason my parents never had problems is, he worked for Sunoco or Sun Oil forever.
Yeah, they hired.
They pay for everything on the moves. Usually who this happens to are people looking for the cheapest.
Colorado Pain Care, a group of local doctors dedicated to getting you back to life. You don't have to accept pain as your new normal. They have procedures like nerve blocks, spinal cord stimulators, epidural, steroids, therapy of all kinds, physical therapy. What you need is what they have, and they customize treatment for you. They take all major insurance, and they are personal. They are here to help. 303-GOT-PAIN for your consultation. Please don't put it off. 303-GOT-PAIN, ColoradoPainCare.com. Right now, rates are very, very low. Mark, I think, 2% on a loan right now?
Oh, man, 1.9 to 2.5, depending on the terms.
Can you believe it? So you may want to refinance. You may want to just cash out some money and your house is paid off. You may want to buy a new home. Whatever you're doing, with these low rates, Ideal Home Loans, and let me tell you why I say ideal. Because in addition to low rates, can you believe these people have an interest rate guarantee still? Which means if rates go down even further, they're going to refinance you free of charge. Now, in addition to that, they have other things like pick your own term loan, and that's very useful. And they can show you how to take extra equity out to pay off bills and then pay that part of your mortgage quicker. They'll work with you on all of that, equity relief and help. 303-867-7000, 867-7000, idealhomeloans.com.
Subject to
Just did my first contract, came back on the new contracts. Worked perfect. Except for Sullivan put in the expiration on the credit card. She put in 1/1 of 1970.
Oh, shit. I wonder why she did that, Mark.
It was an accident.
Yeah, but...
Oh, okay. 1970.
With a simple online experience and trusted service, High is rated excellent on Trustpilot by customers who say getting insurance is the easiest button. What are you waiting for? Find out today if you can save up to 30% for your workers' comp insurance. Ask your insurance agent for High Insurance, or get a quote in 3 minutes at tryhigh.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
So I talked to John.
Yes, what happened?
He said, check see if I got a warranty. I don't. It expired at 5 years, 60,000 miles for the second owner. Only warranty I have is corrosion warranty, which not gonna help me at all.
Yeah.
And he said if I don't have the warranty, then we can bring it into the shop. I can bring it up to his shop. And I guess we'll go from there. See if we can do anything about it.
Well, it's worth the thing.
Yeah, it's worth a shot.
See what he says after that, man, because I'll put pressure on him, dude.
I was like, it's worth a shot at least.
Yeah, but listen, man, some of the shit, dude, you got to be the fucking squeaky wheel. I can tell by the way you were raised, that's not kind of how you do shit. But this is a big deal, man. You got 1,000 miles on something you paid $4,000 for. Technically, it's as is. You listen to this show.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean you don't fucking roll on them to do the right thing.
That's what I told him. I was like, I know it's an as is purchase. I was like, but with less than 2 months in it, and it's already having an engine knock, which is like a car ending type deal.
What are you gonna have them eyeball it?
I don't know. I'm waiting for him to text me back now. I'll just text him.
I'll remind him really quick what he said on this show, because we had a problem with the car deal. And I said, what would you do in this circumstance? And it was the same thing, but it was a transmission. Guy buys a car, 500 miles later, finds out it needs a transmission, and the dealer wasn't going to do anything. And I asked Big Tom or John or whatever right there, I said, what would you do? I mean, how would you run this if this was yours? He goes, well, maybe we'd go halves, or if it was only 500 miles, maybe we'd just take care of it. So he was talking the talk. Now it's time to walk the walk.
It's almost ironic, isn't it?
It's fucking, I'm glad I pinned him down that day.
It's almost ironic.
When are you going to look at it? When are you going to have him look at it?
As soon as he gives me the ability to. If he wants me to come up this weekend, I'll come up here.
Yeah, get your ass up and see, man.
Yeah.
Just his car.
That's 24/7 emergency service. It's also available. Call 720-542-8153. That's 720-542.
You know, it's kind of funny. I can tell, you turn that down here. I can kind of tell the way he was raised. He doesn't raise his steak, you know? Like, he's not the kind of guy that's going to send back a steak that's not cooked the way you ordered it and shit. He lets people walk over him a little, man.
Who's that?
Ann. I just gave him that talk. It's like, man, that's $4,000, you know, $4,000 to him or $4,000 to anybody when you're 22. That's a lot of dough, man. And he's in a unique position to where he's got help. So
download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code SPORTS for a special offer when you sign up. That's code SPORTS for a special offer.
What does that mean?
When you sign up only at DraftKings Sportsbook.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on
I can't.
All right, gentlemen, you're back in about 10.
So,
10 plus in the afternoon.
Getting 630 KHOW from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station. Available on over 2,000 devices.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's talk. I get depressed sometimes when people get ripped off. I guess that's what keeps me going here. Not the depression part, but the fact that I care. I can't stand people being hurt. I just can't stand it. I can't stand it. And I'm going to go over the moving. Honest to God, I have to do it, okay? I have to. I'm not putting it off. I'm doing it right now. Okay, people, please listen to this. Take this section of the podcast, of the radio show, write it down. Please do this. This is unfortunately what you have to do. With moving, I'm just going to tell you this, okay? These are absolute positives that will keep you from getting off. First, you can never, ever, 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 never, I'm sorry, never, ever, ever, ever hire a mover on the internet, based on the internet alone. Never use internet or Google alone, ever, 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 okay? Because there are more rip-offs than anyone. More rip-offs, okay? Not more good guys, more rip-offs. Now, it's unfortunate I have to tell you this because there are going to be some good people left behind, but that's too bad. Never use Google or internet. Never, ever, ever have an estimate, ever. That is not in person. Never. You just never, never, ever. Never get phone estimate. I don't care if they tell you that they're used to doing it, you can never do it. Unless it is FaceTime or something they can see things, never get phone estimate, ever. Okay? Always get in writing everything. Everything. And it must be in writing, in person. You got that? So you meet with a representative where the stuff is being picked up. You meet at the pickup. You meet a representative. That, you know how many rip-offs you will avoid right now if you do just this. Never use Google or the internet alone to find them. Never get a phone estimate. Get everything in writing in person. That means you meet at pickup point. Now, if you can't, I'm sorry. Guess what? Then you're going to be ripped off. If you say, well, I'm sorry, I have to leave, then you have someone meet someone there. You have a representative. You can never do it ever without these steps. And when they meet you at pickup, they must give you a listen to this. Now listen to this contract, please. It's a guarantee not to exceed. They won't do a guaranteed price. And no moving contract is rock solid except for a guarantee not to exceed. Do you hear me? That's the only way. Guarantee not to exceed. Now, when you get a guarantee not to exceed, it might be a little higher, but it is an absolute guarantee, and if you can live by the price, it is good. Now, this guarantee not to exceed will mean nothing without a company behind it. That is the major thing. You must have company behind it. Well, how do you find a company behind it? First, never, ever, ever use a broker. Never. Never. If they do not own trucks, if they do not employ people, never, ever, ever. Okay? Now, I am so happy I'm telling you this because you will never get ripped off if you use this. Never, ever use a broker. I don't care how honest the broker is. I don't care who the broker is, because there is zero control over who they hire. Never, ever use a broker. This segment of radio can save people listening right now millions and millions and millions of dollars. First, never use Google or the net alone to find someone, ever, ever, ever. Never get phone estimates, ever. Get everything in writing in person. Meet at the pickup point in person. Then get a guaranteed not to exceed. Do you hear me? Guarantee not to exceed. With a company behind it. What company? First, never, ever, ever a broker. So who do you want to use? Okay? This is unfortunate because there are a lot of good companies that will be bypassed. You need a national carrier. Okay? Only. A national carrier. Grable. You have what are the other names?
Johnson Moving and Storage?
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about national carriers. North American.
I think Johnson though flies under one of their umbrellas.
I know, I understand, but I'm not talking about. That's a local agent. She's talking about. Okay. Now you can have large local agents, but I'm talking about I got to find the van lines. Okay. I just find them, Mark. National Moving Company, National Moving Carrier.
Like American Van Lines?
Yes, that
Is that
kind
what
of
you're
stuff.
talking
That's
about?
what I'm talking about.
Northern
okay.
American?
Nationwide, not nationwide, North American,
International Van Lines.
United Van Lines.
Yeah, all of those those national companies, okay? That is a national company only, okay? I'm sorry, that's what you do. The next thing is you have to find a reputable local agent. Now, even though you have a great national company, you still have to worry if you don't have a reputable local agent. And for that, you have to do your homework. You have to call those agents. And if they don't get permission, and you look at reviews, and if they don't get permission for you to call and talk to references, don't use them. That's right. I'm not talking about listing references. I'm talking about talking to references.
Like Johnson Moving and Storage is a United. They're part of United Van Lines.
Yeah, I thought they were also somebody else. But anyway, they're great, right? They're not on my referral list, by the way, are they?
I don't think so. But and one other thing.
And we have only local movers on there, yes.
One other important thing, really look at how much it's going to cost and then think about just selling everything and buying it.
But by the way, after you do all this I just told you, then you take your invaluables. What do you call them? What do you call
your
things?
Valuables? Your unreplaceables.
Your
personal crap.
Okay, I'm talking about what is the stuff they give. The stuff with sentimental value. That's what I wanted. Sentimental, and never ship it even after using all of that stuff I just told you.
Yeah, jewelry and stuff, anything like that. Just anything you can put in your car, put in your car.
No, with sentimental value, you can ship it. You can ship it with FedEx.
I'd use UPS.
I would never use UPS ever in a million years, but I would ship it with FedEx or with a suitable shipper. Okay? That's with sentimental value. Never put it in a moving van ever. Never. Now, if you use these steps, I promise you, you will not get ripped off. But most people won't because they're lazy and they count pennies.
And the unfortunate part...
they're cheap.
They're cheap because what happens, like that lady, she's looking for the cheapest price. What happens?
She paid the most or nothing.
She paid more than a normal good mover would have charged.
Yeah, so many movers come out and give estimates that are low in person. But it's an estimate. You got to get a guaranteed not to exceed. When you put their pants, when you twist their panties like that and you make them put that down in writing with a good company behind it, that is when you find out who's who in the zoo. Do you think anybody will do it?
Oh, I think people that really listen to that will take something away for absolute, man, for absolute. Those are the best lessons we can do on these shows when we have a lady like that that totally did everything wrong. That's where when we say $200 million,
yeah.
Fuck. I mean, how many people literally might not get fucked on a move now? I mean, it's you can't even, you just don't know.
And I gotta do a social post of this, but we can't boost it. Do you know how?
I thought you reached out to someone that Daff knew or something. No, nothing.
Well, I reached out, but nobody is.
Don't they eventually pull that off? Isn't it like a?
I can do it.
I think they put you on timeout.
If I put it on mine.
Yeah, I got to somehow attach it. I haven't done it in so long, but yes, I can.
We're all attached, I think, to LinkedIn.
I don't know. I have no fucking clue. I gotta look. I haven't logged into it in so long. Once I figured out, like 4 months ago, we couldn't boost anything.
But also
because you put some shit up. I did it too. So
I don't know why you didn't tell me.
I wouldn't. Well, I didn't think much of it. I didn't realize by putting that up we couldn't boost anything until I tried to boost something.
Single spicy chicken sandwich, nuts, and now the
But I think they just put us in timeout, and then eventually, you know, if you get on your knees and apologize to Zuckerberg, they'll let you up again. Unless your name's Trump.
Mark, 888-HEATING.
888heating.com. I love these guys.
I just give you, because there was a long pause, right after this, give it 20 seconds.
A shadow corporation seeks to enhance human evolution by eliminating the need for sleep. What are the repercussions that give corporations direct access?
All right, 10 seconds. Here you go.
No longer just consumers. At what point do we become their product? Listen to Tomorrow's Monsters on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, an honest company that comes to your house when you have a problem with your furnace or air conditioner or water heater. So honest, they'll actually tell you how much to fix it without saying, oh, that's 10 years old, you got to buy a new one, or that's 15 years old. Oh, and by the way, if you get a new furnace, you better get a new air conditioner, blah, blah, blah. No. An honest company that will give you the choices, give you the options with good pricing. By the way, they will beat anybody's price out there, apples to apples. It's 888heating.com. I want you to write that down, 888heating.com. In fact, go check out their website right now. They have a coupon section that's unbelievable. 888heating.com. If you're on Facebook, if you're on YouTube, I know you're on a computer. Go check it out now so it remains in your mind. So when you need a good, honest company to come out and service or fix your furnace, air conditioner, or water heater, you have it. Check them out right now, 888heating.com. You got kiddos this weekend?
Yes, I do.
You guys go bowling or anything yet? Or no? You just stay at home?
No, we go out and do a lot of stuff. We go out and do a lot of stuff.
Is there any movies open?
Yeah, we've been to movies.
Oh, you have? Is it all freaky or what? Like every 6 seats?
You know what? I like it better.
Yeah, because it's empty.
Because they space you. They block out seats.
But you can sit with the people you go with, right?
And you can eat in there.
Man, we brought, when we had that movie pass pre-COVID, man, we were seeing 2-3 movies a week. It was
before you
great.
buy a furnace.
A furnace.
A furnace, consider this. Plumline is offering a free furnace.
That's a furnace.
Talking about, oh, you're having a panic.
What? You need glasses?
Mental
You can
breakdown.
see, damn it.
They're like, shut the fuck up. Go in your down for 2 hours. They come out. You got your shit together? Okay. Like, that's why, like, I guarantee you I probably have some mental health issues, but my parents, they were like, get your shit fucking together. Can you stand? Can you walk? Okay, there's people that can't do that. Shut the fuck up.
That's how she is with our daughter. They're like, shut up and go to school.
You feel depressed today? Well, you still got 2 feet. Get your ass to school and get your shit together. Like, you feel depressed? Hey, look at the obituary. They're dead. They're real depressed. Oh, but Mark, I'm taking my car up to the shop tomorrow at 11. Good. She was like, well, bring it by the shop. I was like, can I come sometime this weekend? Because I want to get this handled. Nope. Who the fuck brought in them little ponies, man? That's Ryan. Because there was somebody that called into the show, and they meant to say, they said, Michael Brown, we really like you, but I really hate your little pony. But they meant to call it crony. We hate your little crony. And they like, we hate that little pony that like that's always chiming in where we talk.
Oh, Brian.
So he brings those in and posts pictures of them to annoy like the listeners. The listeners that don't like him, yeah.
I got under the skin of one guy one time. That motherfucker.
I did too. I've already done it too on this show apparently.
Oh, I remember that email. Yeah.
That was hilarious. I didn't expect anybody to get mad. I was like, really? I was like, all the things y'all have heard.
I had a dude trolling me like daily for a while. How about the one that I called him out? We bought him an airline ticket. He said he was going to die in like 6 months unless we could have
fucking alive. 6 years
later. If we didn't get him an airline
still
ticket,
hear from him.
we buy him an airline ticket, then the fucker doesn't get on the plane. So he totally wasted the airline. So I call him out on the air about it. I said, oh, yeah, by the way, Daniel King.
He got mad about that.
Oh my, still mad.
Dude, he wrote like the mayor. The fucking guy emailed everybody. Mark Major's the biggest asshole. He doesn't care about VA guys. I'm almost dead. And blah, 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 blah.
Almost dead, but you've been asking for a ticket for 6 years.
Now, yeah, 6 years later. And he's still alive.
He's been terminal for 6 years.
Who did he go after the other day? This guy, like...
what? The VA. It's always the VA. And he started talking in third person or emailing
Daniel King is very mad. No, he didn't. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. His whole email was third person.
That's great. You know, it's a part of certain, I don't know if it's like current Japanese culture, but one Japanese culture that like when women do that, apparently it's cute. They call it like first person, third person.
That's funny. I've never heard that before.
All right, guys, you're back in whenever you're good.
Yes, I do. Yeah, it's hard to forget. Hi,
Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Amy has an update. Amy called about her 80-year-old or 80-plus-year-old grandma in a place. Garbage disposal didn't work. They said she threw something down the garbage disposal that broke it. It's going to take a while to fix. In fact, it was kind of taking a long time for months, and they're saying, listen, how long does she have to wait for this? And she wasn't getting any communication from the landlord. It wasn't even clear if Grandma had to pay for it or not. But Amy said she just wanted to get this thing done so she can use her sink. Amy, what happened?
So they ended up calling, and I guess they were there this morning.
Who ended up calling? Was this coincidental?
I believe so, because we'd been calling and trying. The last conversation my mom had with them was that they wouldn't be able to do it till March 2nd. And I guess they showed up this morning.
Oh, good.
And had
that's really
had
good.
It ready to.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, my God, is Deputy Marty Smarty Pants that good that he can go back in time? But and anyway, would you keep us informed, Amy? Because really, this is a show that truly cares, and we want follow-up. And maybe she needs something else in the future. We love helping the elderly. And anyone listening, that goes for anyone, anywhere, by the way. We're not limited by geographic boundaries. It's 303-MARTINO, 24/7. And, of course, referralist.com, but that is limited by geographic boundary right now. But you could have help at 303-MARTINO, and we'll get back to you. So Michael wants to talk about an HOA. What's going on?
Hey, Tom.
Hey.
So last year there was homeowners associations all over the state of Colorado who made a decision not to open their swimming pools for the summer because they were afraid of the risk of COVID. They were afraid of the risk of getting sued.
Which, by the way, not one case ever attributed ever to water transfer. Not
my
one.
God, chlorine kills like everything.
Not one. But you know what? Here's the deal. I mean, since COVID, there have been so many restrictions people can't explain. I don't want to go off on a tangent and take your time, but one of them, for example, salt and pepper shakers. What's the reasoning? The reasoning is that they're on the table and people will touch them and you'll touch them. Has been no transfer of contact ever documented, ever. And there's not enough viral particles that could do it. I guess if they sucked on it and it was still moist when you touched it, and then you touched it, and then you bit you put your fingers in your mouth. Anyway, so what's going on with the pool where you are?
Okay, well, I'll just tell you, last year I went to a meeting, and it had already been predetermined. I think the board here doesn't really trust the homeowners, okay? And so this was a good excuse. They paid an attorney for his opinion, and as you well know, you can pay an attorney to...
do anything.
Opinion right, exactly. And what he said was, well, yeah, there's a danger, even though it might not be a provable case, that somebody will.
Well, anybody can sue about anything, for God's sakes. But anyway, they decided to what? Keep it closed, right?
To keep it closed, and there's directly adjacent. There's another.
I get it. So where are we right now then?
Well, the decision's probably going to be made, and what I wanted to talk to you about...
Wait, you mean made for this year as well?
Of course.
What?
Of course. Well, you have to realize that the counties came out with these rules and regulations, and what it caused so you'd have to hire somebody over there to be cleaning surfaces.
Oh, they're so full of crap. You know what? It's almost like, as I said, it's almost like the world embraces this, like they want it. I mean, come on. So they're going to keep it closed. Do you guys pay? You pay for all that maintenance and upkeep, right? And is this an owned or rented area?
No, this is most of the people who live here are homeowners.
That's what I meant. Okay. And why does the HOA get to decide that without voting, without people voting?
Because the board is making the decision. At least they did last year.
How many on the board?
People are, I don't know, 5, 6, something like that.
Did they ever have a meeting to discuss it, ever?
They had a meeting, and I showed up, and there was me and somebody else. And she wanted it closed because, for whatever reason, okay. I don't know whether it was an ideological thing or what.
And that's for this year, or was that last year?
That was last year.
Okay, what about this year? Have they had any meetings?
No. Okay. And the reason I'm calling you was to find out what I would like to know, because their rationale, and they sent out a letter. The rationale last year was that we could be sued, okay? And I said exactly what you said. You can sue anybody for any reason in this country, whatever it is. But the fact of the matter is that to prove that the technology doesn't exist, you
That's
would
right.
need a time machine.
That's right.
Attached to
That's right.
an electron microscope. Because
That's right.
You can't even see these particles with a regular microscope. So the fact, I wanted to know if there was any homeowners association, because many of them did open. They opened their pools, and they went by whatever rules and regulation the counties put together.
Last year.
Some of them had more money.
Yeah.
Last year. And I want to know if any of them were sued, because I don't want them to be able to use the same excuse. Look, the fact of the matter is that you're talking about chlorine. Yeah, chlorine. But there's ultraviolet light. I don't believe that...
yeah, but do you understand that none of this matters? Michael, do you understand none of this matters? It's not a matter of logic or proof or evidence. It doesn't matter if no one ever sued. The possibility exists. You know, people, there are those who work off of fear. Okay, they're the people that are driving around in their cars with a face mask on, okay, and somehow believing that they're safe, or walking out in open air away from anyone, alone, walking their dog, and they have a face mask on. I mean, it is the most ridiculous stuff, but there's nothing you can do about it. You want to attack this with logic and evidence. They're not acting on logic and evidence. So you would be attacking something they're not even putting forth. It doesn't matter if you say no one's ever been sued, because the possibility exists. It doesn't matter if people can't prove it. They don't want to get sued. It's not a matter of proof. You're not going to win, Michael. You're not going to win. You'll gather all these statistics for nothing.
What if I put together because I think I could talk to individual homeowners. You put a petition together and say, if you don't open the pool, we, the homeowners, are going to sue the homeowners association.
Now, you know what? You could do that.
No reason.
I was going to suggest that. There's strength in numbers. What you do is you go out and gather homeowners' names or proxies, which is better. You say, first have a petition that they oppose the closing of the pool and are willing to take on minimal risks associated with the opening, and that common measures be put in place. You got to really write this up sensibly. And then if you get the majority of homeowners, then you can say, and if you go against the majority of homeowners, we're moving to recall the board. Yeah, that's what you do. That's a real solution. Hold on.
The hot tubs are closed everywhere, which pisses me off.
Not in our health club.
Not in yours?
Hell no.
I mean, we've got our own hot tub, but all the hotels and shit, they're all fucking closed.
Not in the hotels we went to. We honest to
The
God.
hot tub, not the pool.
The hot tub, absolutely. We went to hot tubs. We went to. You have to have. It's limited to the number of people.
The only one I remember open that we've done recently is Tiger Run. It was open.
Yeah, we've done a few hotels and of course our health clubs, but.
Like Ameristar last night, the hot tubs are all closed.
There's a certain number of people.
Hey, of course.
But, and another one at our health club, which I don't understand, you have to wear swim trunks. Now, I've never heard of my penis or a penis is giving off viruses, but.
And pick 2 faves, like a Dave single spicy chicken sandwich, nuts, and the classic chicken sandwich. 2 for just $5. Price and participation may vary, limited time only.
This is an honest-to-God story about my father-in-law. I mean, he's in ill health. And we suggested hydration in his home. And he got it with the NAD. Now, I'm serious now. He could not move. And he has other complications I don't want to get into. He's like unbelievable. He said, I feel like there's nothing wrong. I feel like I'm back again. He was so happy. He had tears. I'm telling you about Rocky Mountain IV Medics because I want you to use them in your home, and you can do it for the same price as going to an IV bar. I don't have to sell you an IV for migraines, dehydration, trauma, and all that. But I do want to tell you about NAD, which is a cellular rejuvenation. NAD. God, I can't say enough about it. But General IV for health too, Myers cocktails and all that. I urge you to call or text them. They're in your home with medical professionals for no more than you would pay anywhere at a bar, these IV bars they call them. 720-987-2155. Call. I do it monthly now. 720-987-2155. Rocky Mountain. IVmedics.com.
Kitchen, bath, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. We have our word for Winterite at Dunlop. Hi, I'm Todd Chapini. My dad started making that type of radio when I was no more than 12 years old. He's taught me all my working life that what we do is not rocket science. Our success simply comes from treating people as we like to be treated. And this is Dave Chapini. Todd's totally correct. We know that we want a quality job at a fair price. We want good service and timeliness of completion. We want honesty. We want to feel comfortable. We simply want to be treated well. That's what I want too. And Dan, I know that's why we've done the best over the years to make their wants our objective. You bet not. So folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's a fresh new look in the kitchen and bath, or the warmth and quiet of replacement windows, call us. We have our word for future right now. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or DR858.com.
Hey, this is Dan Kaplis. One of the best parts of my job is that I get to work with so many heroes, so many great people fighting hard to overcome a major injury wrongfully inflicted on them. It's a privilege to help these courageous men and women rise up to demand and receive full compensation and to live their best lives. We are a serious firm for serious cases, and we take righteous cases on a percentage fee basis. Reach me at 303-770-5551 or at DanCaplisLaw.com. That's DanCaplisLaw.com.
CuriosityStream has thousands of documentary films and shows available on demand on
on any device. We're the Netflix for nerds, the Hulu for history buffs, the Disney Plus for the scientists in us. There sure are a lot of streaming services, aren't there? Curiosity Stream is the one you definitely need if you're the type to nature dock and chill, if you're an armchair astronaut, if you prefer physics to psychics, or perhaps you know a precocious paleontologist. Go to curiositystream.com to learn more and sign up today.
Most people know that Mr. Clean Magic Eraser removes crayon and scuff marks from walls. But did you know it even cleans tough kitchen and bathroom messes that are sometimes tough to tackle? Just wet, squeeze, and erase. Gray soap scum on your bathtub. Erase cloudy hard water spots in your shower. Erase burnt-on stovetop messes. So for all your tough kitchen and bathroom messes, try Mr. Clean Magic Eraser. What's in store this week at Staples?
Everything to stay healthy and safe, like hand sanitizer, masks, cleaning products, all in stock and priced low.
Staples has everything you need to keep your office, home office, or learning space clean and safe.
And now at Staples, spend $30 or more on anything in the store and get 2 8-ounce First Safety hand sanitizers free.
Staples, where your PPE is always in stock and priced low.
And 2/27/21, while supplies last, in-store only. Visit staples.com/free sanitizer for more details.
When the afternoon rolls around, today's doers can't stop doing. They answer emails with one word, put a wearable on their wearable, and now there's an afternoon review just for them. New Coca-Cola with coffee, a great fruit taste infused with Brazilian coffee. So whatever your afternoon brings, Coca Coffee is perfect for you. Introducing Coca Coffee.
Keep your afternoon on track with a nice cold Coca-Cola with coffee. A great fruit taste infused with Brazilian coffee. Grab one today for your afternoon with thanks. Coca Coffee.
Denver's talk station has your shot to win $1,000. You got 12 chances a day, every weekend. Listen in. I got you back on about 20 seconds. Giveaway. Sponsored by Diary. On 630 KNOW.
And save 10% on Benjamin Moore paint by joining the Diary loyalty program.
Stop by a store or go to GUI.
All right, 5 seconds. Here you go. You're back in.
Hey, Guyries, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Hi, Tom Martino here. So, Michael, on the HOA, I applaud you for thinking outside the box and wanting to do that. Do you have anything else to add to it?
Well, it would be nice if I could find out some way, and I don't know if there is a way. Maybe you or your team can find out.
Okay.
Whether there was any lawsuits last year for the homeowners associations or even like apartment complexes.
Yeah, there is a way to find out. I can tell you. But I wanted to ask you something. Are you still trying to change their minds? Is that what you're going to do?
I am preparing to.
Mike, listen to this. Listen to this. In study after study after study after study after study after study, there has been most of the people who are getting COVID wore face masks all the time. So what I'm getting at is, Michael, what I'm getting at is that statistics won't matter. I mean, I don't know why you would go through all that trouble. They're not going to do it based on statistics. Your HOA doesn't care if someone was sued or not, or got it from not. But yeah, there is a place to get it. LexisNexis. You have to have a subscription.
This is something that's true of many medical issues, but really.
Why the fuck do people... Why don't they understand that it doesn't fucking matter? It doesn't matter.
Because it's not logical, man.
No one's going to listen to you. They're not going to listen and say, okay, I'm not going to bother now. Did you know that?
Get in touch with Dr. Opperman. Learn more at ColoradoVoiceClinic.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
Coming up at 5 after the hour, listen for your chance to win $1,000 on KHOW Denver.
News, the Biden administration has released the report into the killing of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence saying, based on U.S. intelligence, quote, we assess that Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, approved an operation in Istanbul, Turkey to capture or kill the Saudi journalist. Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby did not go into detail, but says they've expressed concern with Saudi Arabia.
We have to be courageous enough as friends to speak candidly and to make clear our concerns about the rule of law.
Khashoggi's body has never been recovered. President Biden and the First Lady have landed in Texas. The president there to meet with emergency officials to see recovery efforts following the winter storms and massive power outages that led to food and water shortages. This is ABC News. Los Angeles County now seeing dramatic drops in COVID-19 hospitalizations, numbers reaching 3-month lows, falling below 2,000 patients, down about 5% every day. New York City school chancellor is stepping down. Richard Carranza saying he's trying to grieve the loss of 11 relatives and friends to the coronavirus. Wearable health technology is a $16 billion business and growing. The doctors worry about the trust some consumers place in their devices.
The Emergency Care Research Institute has looked at consumer-grade health trackers from various manufacturers, finding them all fairly accurate in counting steps. But when it comes to heart rate and blood pressure, we tested those and we found them higher than normal. Dr. Marcus Schaubacher says trackers offer a snapshot of the wearer's overall health, but that's never substitute for a doctor's visit.
Tommy, somebody made a good point on the video. Wouldn't chlorine in a pool just kill the COVID?
Yeah,
it's so stupid.
But it doesn't matter. They don't fuck. They're thinking about out on the pool decks and all that. They're not going by science.
When we stayed at the Cosmo in Vegas, they made us wear a mask if we weren't in the pool. Like if we were just laying poolside, and then we had, you know what I mean?
It's like, you know, people who try to fight with logic, it's not going to work because no one fucking is fighting with logic. You know, that's the sad part. They're not fighting with logic. It's so fucked up.
I would say I should be grateful I didn't go into the hospital and all, but my taste is still jacked. My taste and smell. 3 months now.
Well, you missed one there.
That's really too bad, actually.
It's a real drag, Tom, when coffee doesn't smell right and you can't smell bacon.
That part
sucks. I just wonder when it's going to come back. I hope it comes back, you know. You missed what, babe? What?
He had a good opening there. He just totally missed it. Flew right over his head.
What's that?
When she said, I still don't have any taste. You missed it, Martino. It was right there for the picking.
That's true, actually.
I know, you're very smart.
We may very well be getting vaccine early next week if it plays out like it did with the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines.
That could be as many as 45,000 doses for Colorado. Nuggets lost to Washington last night, 112-110. Nuggets coach Mike Malone was frustrated, never had a chance in the final seconds. Get the defensive stop. I figured out of the timeout, we're not going to get a better look at 3-on-1 fast break. You know, in that situation, we should be running for a layup. Layup was there. Didn't happen. So learn from the team beat number 19 USC last night. Cavs tonight are in Arizona. That's the way this is going to tough part.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by American Financing.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, there's a few of the usual slow spots to drive across town on the highways, but no stalls or accidents on the freeway system. Watch out for westbound I-70. You've been stop and go there between Havana and Colorado. Northbound I-25 a bit slow either side of 6th Avenue. Out west, Highway 93 closed south of Boulder, both directions between Highways 170 and 128 due to blowing snow along that stretch. No ETA or reopening. Back in town, watch out for crash at Colfax and Jasper. Another crash at Sheridan and 79. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Going to be sunny and breezy today with a high 46. Right now, just a few clouds above and 36. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
Refinance your mortgage and save $1,000 or more each month without restarting your term. It only takes 10 minutes to get started when you choose American Financing, 303-695-7000 or AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 18234, regulated by the Division of Real Estate.
With all the recent huge changes in our economy, this is a really important time to pay attention to your spending and your savings. Don't waste money, and very importantly, don't turn your head on ways that you could save. For example, a mortgage refinance. Hey, it's Ross Kaminsky from American Financing, reminding you that mortgage refinance is more than just a lower interest rate. It's also an effective way to eliminate high-interest debt. You're able to pull out cash from your home equity so you can pay off credit card balances, personal loans, whatever you need. You'll typically receive not only a much lower rate, but also reduce the number of monthly payments that you need to focus on. You know what else? When you choose American Financing, there are never any upfront or hidden fees, never any pressure, no obligation. So what are you waiting for? Give them a call, 303-695-7000, 303-695-7000, or online at American Financing.
You told me you needed some spots. I'm trying to find them here.
It's for Petrali, I think. Remember, roofing's going to be kicking.
Okay, got it. Hold on. Hold on.
We may get a clue after.
Got it. Got the copy I was looking for. I'm working on all those.
Here on 630
Make it quick, bro.
Is the Troubleshooter Show.
You can have Monday, right, or Tuesday?
No, yeah. Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. I'm here to help you solve problems, to answer questions, and to take complaints. Man, things have been rough, right? As far as the year 2020, everyone even makes jokes about it, but it's taken a toll on marriages as well. I recommend the Harris Law Firm for
your divorce and family law matters. Rich and Lisa Harris are together in this. They started this firm. They have many, many attorneys, and they all have different areas of expertise that can help you. They can even do what's called an early neutral assessment if you're thinking about a divorce. You don't have any obligation to file a divorce or anything like that. They'll just give you this early neutral assessment. You have to go there, I guess, or they're going to talk to you, but they lay it out. There are no surprises. It's a wonderful option, actually, before you actually do a divorce. They do free webinars every Wednesday as well. Check out their website for more information. For guidance, wisdom, strength, peace of mind, and they call it collaborative law when they can do it, where they pledge with the other attorneys not to escalate costs and conflict. 303-622-3716. HarrisFamilyLaw.com. All right, so we have many issues we've been discussing, and it's been a very active show. We've helped a lot of people. So I've gotten a lot of messages about the moving tips because we have so many moving ripoffs, what people can do to protect themselves, and I'm going to update the list, and I'm going to talk about it. If I have time this hour, I may even review it again. But if you want to hear about them, you can listen to the podcast. It's very, very important. So many people are taken for a ride when it comes to moving. All right, now, Carolyn, we left with you, Medicaid not paying for your dad's in-home care. I didn't get to you. So let's talk about that, Carolyn. What's your dad's story?
Okay, so thank you so much for taking my call. I'm so excited.
I hope we can help.
I hope you can. You are literally my last hope for answers.
What's going? How old is your dad, by the way? Start there.
He's almost 80.
Okay.
He's a dialysis patient, diabetes. He has a lot of health issues going on. They're in Pennsylvania. I'm in Texas. So hello from Texas.
Hello.
We just survived a terrible storm here. So
yeah, my God.
Yeah. Yes, it's horrible.
So he's in Pennsylvania. That's important to know. Okay.
Yes, it's in Pennsylvania. It's a Medicaid issue.
Yeah.
My father was in a nursing home the end of 2019.
Okay.
He was in there for rehabilitation from a diabetic issue, surgery.
All right.
And he was on Medicare at that time. Medicare does not cover long-term care, nor does it cover in-home care.
Right.
So January came around.
Well, hold on now. Under some circumstances, supplements will cover in-home. But in any case, I understand you're saying in most cases you can't get that covered. So what's going on?
Okay, so in January, the nursing homes highly suggested that he applies for Medicaid, which we knew he would, qualify for.
January of 20 or 21?
Of 2020.
Okay.
And they said he could choose to, remain in long care nursing, or he could go in home.
So Medicaid, by the way, is based on income only and not what people own, for those listening. So did he get on Medicaid in January?
Well, we applied at the end of January, and we were told typically it takes 3 months to get approved.
Well, it actually doesn't. It takes like 10 minutes on the exchange. But, okay, so what happened then?
Okay, well, they told me 3 months for approval, 5 months max, at worst case scenarios. And so we thought, okay, we can do that.
For those listening, when I said on the exchange, I don't mean that. It's not a policy you buy on the exchange, but you can tell if you qualify. And then to sign up and get it is probably 2 or 3 days. But in any case, I have no idea why these people are telling you this in Texas, but or Pennsylvania. But in any case, did he ever get Medicaid? I just need to know that.
Yes,
okay.
He did.
All right.
Getting approval is not the issue.
All right.
The issue is more than that. So he was in the nursing home. We applied end of January, and they told us 3 to 5 months. So we thought we would wait it out.
Yeah. Now this I know is not necessary, Carolyn. Even though I know you have a big story to tell, I want to work backwards. So today your dad is home, and they're not paying for something. What is it?
No, they're paying for it now. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yes, they're paying for it now. But what happened was COVID hit, right?
Right.
So and April, I mean, they wouldn't allow visitors.
Right.
It was a bad situation. So we decided to take him out.
Right.
April 1st, he returned home and anticipating an approval pretty soon.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, when he came home, we had families set in place to take care of him, to cover it.
Okay.
With the 5 months, worst scenario case. They were willing to stay there until first week of June. That was our deadline. That's as long as they could do it. So we thought, okay, everything's cool. So he's home April 1st. April 27th, he gets approved, and we're like, yay, that's good, right? He's approved, and we were told from the time of approval, there's one last step that had to be done. They had to literally just press the computer button that says submit, press it, it goes to the board. They look at his case and they approve how many hours he's qualified for care. So we were just waiting on that last submission button. Submit it.
Yeah, keep going. You got to move forward quicker. You really do. I don't need to know every step.
I'll move forward.
Okay.
I'll move forward. So as it turns out, COVID hit even more restrictions. The government building shut down.
Right.
You couldn't get a hold of anybody.
Right.
People working out of their homes. You couldn't get messages.
You got caught in that snafuzo. Even though he was approved, it didn't get finalized.
It didn't get finalized, although he was approved. Now, I was told in the meantime by a Medicaid representative that not to worry. It goes retroactive from the approval. Go ahead and get the care that he needs, and you'll be reimbursed. Now, I didn't have
How much?
time to
When
look
did it
into
actually? Now you need to answer in my order. When did they start paying? That's all I want to know. When did they start paying?
End of August.
Of 20.
The last week of August of 2020.
Got it. Now I want to know how much had accumulated since in that gap.
Well, I'm not even since April 1st all the way to the end of August.
I know. I'm asking how much.
Right. Oh, how much? I'm only talking about what we had to put on our credit card because family kicked in.
How much?
And we paid tax.
How much?
$5,000 on the credit card, and that's all that I'm speaking.
And what was it for?
For caregivers.
Like the $5,000. Okay, so this was for the same exact caregivers that would be there if Medicaid was paying for it.
No, they were privately hired. Medicaid has certain
the same qualifications, the same exact meaning, the same qualifications. Like you guys didn't get something extra, and now you want to get paid for it.
No. In fact, I know that what we paid hourly was higher than the amount that they would approve, and we were okay with that.
Okay.
But we wanted at least a portion of it. I think they paid terrible pay. It's
You're willing to take Medicaid's reimbursement rate and you just want to get paid. In fact, you guys even chipped in yourselves without getting paid. So what is the snafu? Why can't, and I keep saying snafu, which is vulgar actually what it stands for. Anyway, but what is like FUBAR get paid? So why is it not getting paid? What was the reason you got?
The reason is they don't have such a program. The reason they said was if you wanted to get reimbursed, you have to apply for a program, and then your family or whomever, they have to go and be hired through the agency, and then they pay the agency, and then the agency pays you.
No, that's right. That's for unskilled. Yes, I understand that. And that does happen. Mark looked that up one time, and it's a whole program. But as you weren't told, but here's the problem. Here's what we're going to have. And I'm going to now look at this from not being your friend's point of view. I'm going to look at this. They're going to say, Carolyn, who told you that?
And I will say a Medicaid representative.
And can you prove that? Because we can't find one that admits it. And do you have anything in writing or in an email?
Absolutely not. That's why. No.
See?
You know, it all happens so fast. And
Carolyn, I believe you. Carolyn, I believe you, but they're not going to pay you. I mean, you know, they're not going to pay you. What I want to figure out, I want to talk to our experts at Integra Insurance. I want to ask them a couple questions. Maybe we can get around it. And listen, I want to tell you something. I had a situation one time, let's say. No, let's say this person I knew had a situation. And they knew they weren't cheating, and they knew they were owed money.
Right.
But the entity wouldn't pay the money. So they were still doing business with the entity. So they padded it somehow to make up for the loss. I'm just saying that people have done things like that to just get what they're owed. But I'm not saying there isn't even a way to do that with you, like because these workers get paid directly. I don't know what to do, but these people are just, I believe everything you're saying because at that time, all gloves were off. People didn't know what to do. But I think what this woman meant to say was, well, until they get approved, there's a way for you to get approved and get reimbursed. And that is true. I think you misconstrued it. I don't know why they would say just do whatever you need and you'll get reimbursed. If they said that, I kind of don't think they said quite that unless they're just morons. You swear that's exactly what they said.
Yes. In fact, they said if it were them, they would just put it on a credit card and then don't worry about it. They said it goes retroactive, and you know.
No, I know what you mean.
They kept telling me it's they're going to give an answer.
Is this your father or grandfather, the 80-year-old man?
It's my father. It's my father.
Does he have any money to reimburse you? I'm not suggesting he do it, but does he have money to?
No, and I wouldn't ask.
I know that. Honestly, I know you wouldn't. I can tell you're not looking for a paycheck here. I can tell because you're not nitpicking. So I want to talk to Jared. Hold on. I can't go to him right now. I can go to him right after the break. This is important. Hold on.
Save for being a new customer. Save more for adding driveway. And save even more for driving safely.
Home care, and that final approval took a few months. So they hired their own people to take care of their dad, and now there's Medicaid is saying you should have gone through our agency and picked our people. Does that kind of make sense? So I'm pretty sure they're screwed, but Tom wanted to ask you some questions. All right.
You can just as well get an appointment at home with all of the samples of things you're interested in. They have all floor coverings, and they have them at lower prices, special discounts, and better financing, and better warranties. Buddy and Karen Mitchell own it, and they've made the decision to pass savings on to you as part of the benefit they get in their buying group of a bunch of independent stores across the country. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Are you embarrassed by your smile? Are you next up is what? Enjoy that. Are you afraid to go out in public?
Dr. Barrett is very simple. I believe that you deserve a smile that you can be proud of, so you can live your life the way you want. You find that you can smile without
The fuck is it? It's your phone.
No, I mean, I just, when I do exercises, the only time I use it, I just like tracking my exercise. That's it. That's why I like it. I can see how.
So is that what you're looking at now?
Yeah.
I like aviation watches.
Yeah. They're fucking cool.
God.
How about diving watches, man?
But they don't have any. The aviation watches, Mark. They're so cool. I mean, I can basically see how fast. I mean, stuff you're right. I don't even know why, but they have moving maps. They have. I mean, they're just incredible.
Did you ever have like a Rolex or anything?
Yeah, of course.
You never wore it?
Of course not. Sometimes I went through all the bullshit stages. Every guy with money does, from all the way up and down. It's amazing. Everybody.
It is true, isn't it?
I had a diamond bezel. Oh, I had a fucking presidential Rolex. I had, at the time, 20 grand.
Did you sell it? Or it disappeared? Actually, I already know.
Gotta think back in time.
Yeah.
Oh. Why do people want, HVAC companies want to add locations to their listing? What difference does it make?
Say that again?
Why do people care about adding to their listings locations? Why? Like this is like Howie.
Because if someone searches furnace repair Lakewood.
Okay, so hold on. I got to do spots for Ideal, Duran, Petrali. What else?
I think that's it that I know of.
That's all. I just want to get you off my back. So that's good. Oh, plumb line, of course. I just wrote them. Recording spots. Oh, Frank. I love Frank. So, plumb line, gotta add to that plumb line. Who else is in my folder here? Zero res plumb line. Did I do my K&H already? I did. And I did my, I'm on top of this shit.
You have this, the Office Deep Dive Podcast, hosted by Brian Baumgart.
You know, I have a new open that you're going to love.
Is it sound good?
I found a guy who specializes in avoiding copyright. Cool. They're called sound-alikes, Mark. You've heard of them. You know what you hear a lot of? Rockies sound-alikes. You always hear dun, 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 dun. You know, and he's doing one for us. I'm going to have an open for you when you do it. And, oh my God.
That'll always be a pain, just so you know.
Why?
Because I don't know how they change them in next gen.
Okay, I'll find out.
You know what I'm saying? Again, we never have access to that shit, so
actually, we don't even have to have me in it. We can just have the troubleshooter or something listen, and then it just comes out. And I say, hey, Tom Martino here. We can do that too. Let me figure it out. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Listen, I want you to call with anything on your mind. You know, one time we used to say, well, make a phone call for you, even if it's uncomfortable. I'm serious. We would actually get someone on the line and talk to them if you have a problem you need to talk to them about. We even get beyond the dollars and cents and the money stuff. This show really, I mean, we're all about help. Now, we have, speaking of that, Jared, one of our experts, Integra Insurance, we use our referralist.com. Not only do they advertise and do we screen them and make sure they're great people for you, and it's the most trusted list there is and the original list before anyone else, we also use them as our experts. So, Jared, I don't know how much we can help, but this sounds terrible. I just wanted to bounce it off you. You know, Medicaid, you guys do a lot with insurance. But anyway, this woman said that she has expenses not being paid by Medicaid because she applied and she was told, and I believe her, she was told her dad is approved. It'll just take a few more strokes of the keyboard to get it done. He was approved, but it had to be finalized. And just then, all government offices shut down, right then. So she said, what am I going to do? They said, well, you know, we're closing the offices right now. Just put stuff on your credit card and get reimbursed. And I don't know if that's exactly what she was told, but she believes it was something like that. And she went ahead and paid for actual home health care for her dad. And it's the same exact care Medicaid is paying for. Medicaid resumed paying in August. And in that gap, she ran up a $5,000 bill. And actually, they spent way more than that, but she just wants to be reimbursed for direct payment to healthcare workers in the home. Medicaid pays for in-home care, isn't that right? And Jared, so do some Medicare supplements, do they pay for in-home care? If I need in-home care in the future, does my Medicare supplement pay for that?
Yes, but for a certain amount of time. That's why you need long-term care insurance.
Okay. And long-term care, are more and more people doing long-term care insurance because of the expense? And does long-term care prefer in-home care rather than nursing homes? Because I'd love to get one for in-home care type stuff.
Yes, it really depends on the company, but yes. But we are finding that people really don't know about long-term care insurance, and they need to look into it. It's not as popular as you would think.
And it's not as simple as you think with letting Medicare pay for it. Do you know how Medicaid pays for it?
So Medicaid, there's two types of Medicaid. There's regular Medicaid, and then there's long-term care Medicaid.
Oh.
Which I'm assuming that's what.
Carolyn, do you know what kind of Medicaid your dad is on?
I believe it's the long-term because he has the option of going into nursing home long-term or in-home, and he chose the in-home.
He's probably on the long-term Medicaid then.
Yeah.
So, Jared, what about it? What does that mean?
So right now he's approved for long-term Medicaid, and they're saying that he's not going to get reimbursed, even though he's
No, that's not true, Jared. I'm sorry. I did not clarify. They're paying for his in-home care. They're paying the care workers. They're paying. But from the time he was approved to the time payment flowed was 5 months due to the government shutdown and technicalities. Yes. That's it. He was approved, but then all communication stopped. All communication stopped. So he wasn't actually given a number or anything. It was done. But literally, the government shut down, and there was a gap. So, I mean, you would think that they would make special exceptions because of the pandemic.
And they should. They should retroactive. Medicaid is one area of health care that can be retroactive, even regular Medicaid.
That's what I thought, but the problem is it's been paid already.
Oh, they should get reimbursed.
Where is Medicaid state office by state office? Do they have to go to the Pennsylvania Medicaid because he lives there? Or is this something that's federal that can be done? I know it's federal, but can it be done on a federal level? Or does she have to deal with Pennsylvania?
No, she's in Colorado, right? Or is she in Pennsylvania?
She's in Texas.
Pennsylvania.
Wait, he's in Pennsylvania. She's in Texas.
Pardon me.
Right? Are you in Texas? Yes.
I'm in Texas.
Yeah.
And my father's in PA.
Right.
So it is a federal, but it's all run by state agencies. So
right.
It's all state to state. So she has to deal with the Pennsylvania Medicaid.
You know, Suze, I know who I want to. I know who I mean.
Who's that?
I think either Deputy Doc or Deputy Smarty Pants, because Deputy Doc knows a lot about medical stuff. Here's the deal: it's not like they got additional care. And you're right, Jared. It is Medicare is retroactive. Medicaid. It is. People have often done that, retroactively paid for bills, providing that they were qualified for it at the time they applied for it. It goes retroactive to application date, right?
Sometimes no. I actually had a client who applied for Medicaid. They had an accident the week before, and they took care of it. So
yeah, because they. You mean they? Even though they applied for it after. Yeah. Well, what do they go retroactive to? The time you started becoming qualified? Technically, that would be it. You know what? Knowing this, if Deputy Doc or Smarty Pants knows this, they can use that. Because you're right, Jared. The more I think about this, there are tons of people who call us with problems. And then we're told by you guys, hey, have them do Medicaid, and then Medicaid will go back to their situation because it's a date in the air. It's a date when you were qualified.
Tom,
yes.
I thought Carolyn said that when they first hired the caregivers, they didn't go through the right agency that Medicaid would have wanted them to go through.
No, what Medicaid
I must
said.
have misunderstood.
Here's what she said: that this reimbursement process is if the family wants to do the work and get reimbursed or get paid for it. There's a special agency, Mark talked about it once, there's a special agency that technically employs you. They pay you for your service. And this is, I think they misunderstood her. I think they thought Carolyn was looking for that. But Carolyn's not looking for that. Carolyn is looking simply to pay people who were going to be paid anyway. So I think, Carolyn, you didn't explain it right. I think they misunderstood you, because that program they referred you to is a well-known program for family members to get paid for the care of their loved ones.
They actually told me about that after the fact.
I know, but what I'm saying is that that's what they thought you were looking for. If you called and said, I have bills that should have gone retroactive for my dad.
No, I did say that. I did say what you're saying.
Did you throw in the part? Did you throw in the part about? Wait, did you throw in the part about the family doing work free?
Yeah, but that's not even what I'm seeking.
Carolyn, I'm telling you that federal workers are morons. I'm going to tell you something. You may not think so, but as soon as you said that, because the other one was more complicated, they started focusing on what they could not do for you. I promise they did not understand your problem. We need one of our people to explain the problem. It's this simple. They applied, COVID hit, there was a gap, and the same exact care that Medicaid would have provided was provided by you, and you want to be reimbursed. You see, you cannot give more than one topic to affect. I mean that sincerely, because they latch on to the thing they can't do.
Joel is there in a minute.
They do that. They go to what they can't do. Yeah.
Now, impact traffic. This report is sponsored by.
Why don't you do Joe? Right. Lozera? Yeah. It's coming up right after this.
In both directions heading into downtown, and a new crash northbound I-25 in the Tech Center approaching Orchard. Also a little bit sluggish westbound I-70 between Central Park and Colorado. Seeing the usual volume on 270 in both directions on the drive through Commerce City. And south of Boulder, Foothills Highway has reopened.
I gotta go get my kids today.
And Highway 128 after being closed because of high winds. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, plenty of sunshine this afternoon. Drop down into the upper teens overnight tonight. It's 42 right now in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Janine Rose, 680 KHAL.
A short drop. All right, that's it. Seconds. Go zero. Crowds, the stress, and the mundane. Slide into soothing hot springs and enjoy winter fun. Find deals and plan your getaway at visitglenwood.com.
If you get in trouble with the law, you need to find a good attorney, and that is Joseph A. Lazara. Listen, you have to know your rights. You get picked up for a DUI or shoplifting or anything, domestic abuse, you need to know your rights and you need to have a good attorney. And we've done the shopping for you. I want you to write this number down, put it in your phone. If you ever need legal advice because you've been accused of a crime, whether you're guilty or not, you need good representation. Joseph A. Lazara, 303-429-6200. Put it in your phone now, 303-429-6200.
Yourself unable to eat anything you want, embarrassed with others, literally smiling, and maybe even just not talking to people. Hey, it's Ross, and look, there's no way to live, especially because Astonwood Dental Associates in the Colorado Dental Implant Center can restore your smile, your bites, and in a lot of ways, your life. The true experts at Astonwood Dental Associates in the Colorado Dental Implant Center, Drs. Yaros, Augustine, Eklund, and Son, have decades of combined experience providing patients with implants that look, function, and feel like real teeth. That's why they've been rated by their peers as top dentists for a dozen years now. Restore the life that losing teeth is taking from.
Trying to drink water. Mark, you can't control the volume of the thing from over there. Is that right? I can't.
Serves as the Director of Research and Development for the
Troubleshooter bingo.
You know, this one, so this is fucking crazy. So this watch is going to do all my O2 now. And you know what else is
Oh
called?
my God, did you see Dave Porter's
No, what do you put?
Troubleshooter bingo?
Oh, for picking out a someone on it or what?
I guess what we were mentioning, topics.
No, I didn't see it. Send it to me. Let me see it.
He sent it to you.
You did?
It's called Troubleshooter bingo.
It's an email?
Bingo card.
Oh, here it is.
Look at it.
Pilot access party. Idiot. Jesus.
I don't recall speaking of Jesus, do you?
No, I don't. I don't recall, let me see here.
Expert? You getting an expert on? More
Wait, I don't get free spot. Oh, does he mean free spot bingo, free spot?
Yep.
Okie doke. Pretty good, but I don't recall Jesus either.
He's got a great sense of humor.
You got a lot of time on your hands here, Porter. So look, this watch has, it'll do all your O2, which my old one doesn't.
The what?
The oxygen level. The new watch I just ordered. But listen to what it's got that's cool as shit. It's got actually FDA approved EKG.
How does it do an oxygen sensor?
I don't know, but it does, and it's FDA approved. But it also does blood pressure all the time, but it's not enabled yet because FDA didn't approve it. If you buy it in, it's in there, so the second it's approved, they'll activate it. But you can't use it. But as soon as they approve it, then they will. That's
Can you buy it
cool.
somewhere else?
North Korea's works.
Their Move Search service helps you buy.
Or South Korea, not North Korea.
Once you're all moved out,
The good Korea.
you'll never have to deal with showings.
Their government checked on it. Why do you think the FDA has to approve a blood pressure monitor, though?
Because if you depend on it for medication and stuff.
Yeah, but couldn't you just say, I'm not gonna, I just want it as a novelty. I don't give a fuck if it's accurate to the T.
Yeah, I guess you could, because they have all kinds of shit you can do that with.
Another client said, we didn't have to carry.
But with the EKG they say on this, or EGK or whatever they call it, it can tell if your heart's fucked up, and it can warn you if you're gonna have a heart attack. Isn't that kind of cool?
It's that easy.
Kind of freaked me out. I looked down, my watch says, "Hey, you better get to the fucking hospital, bro."
This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
New Velomax nicotine pouches have arrived. You've got flavors with 5 new options, including wintergreen and cinnamon. You've got strengths with 2, 4, and the new 7 milligram strength.
Suzanne, that one landlord one from, I see you're getting those now. That's good. I want to make all those K-How inquiries outbound, no matter how simple they are.
Website restricted to age 21 plus nicotine consumers. Takes 2 to 4.
Did she hear any of that?
I would assume, but I'm not positive.
Cyrus Vance as President Trump's tax records. All million pages of them. The leaks start in 3, 2, 1. Let's talk about it at 2.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget realcbdthatworks.com, Tom in the promo code, and you get 30% off. realcbdthatworks.com. And when we get a chance, Suzanne, I would like to get Dr. Jamie Baumgarten on from Panacea to talk about the new CBG. I hear about CBD and CBG now they're doing. It's supposed to be remarkable stuff. Remarkable stuff. Anyway, for all of your, let's put it this way, derivatives of cannabis for pain, inflammation, and anti-anxiety, you can do that. realcbdthatworks.com. And Tom in the promo code for 30% off. Unemployment issues with Mike. Hoping we can help you, Mike. What's happening?
Tom, it's an honor. I've been a listener for decades.
Thank you for listening, man. What's going on?
Yeah, first time I've ever had to call. I'm stuck in an unemployment black hole.
Oh, God, it's terrible. You're not the only one, Mike. What were you eligible? Were you getting paid? Tell the story quickly here.
Okay, yeah, so I have so many details, but I'll make it quick. I was laid off in October 2019 and went through all the processes and finally told I was be eligible to collect funds on December 27th of 2020. Well, it just so happens that was the day before the new system took over. Bottom line is I can't get anybody to answer me. I've talked to 4.
So this was
people.
In 2019. You were approved. You were supposed to get it right after the new year in 2020.
Correct. It took me a year to get approved because I have a severance package.
So you're talking about December of 2020. So wait a minute. So in 2019, you were approved as soon as your severance ran out.
I'm sorry, no, in 2020 I was approved when my severance ran out because I lost my job in 2020.
Then what was October 2019 out of curiosity? What was that about?
That was when, well, I worked for a mega corporation in a management position, and they did some sweeping cuts.
But that was October. Listen, I don't want to belabor this. That was October of 2019, you said, when you called, right?
No, that's when I was terminated.
Okay. You were terminated in October of 2019.
Correct.
Okay. And it took 1 year before you started collecting unemployment because of a severance.
That is correct.
All right. So you started collecting.
Started.
Then it started in 2020 at the end of the year.
Correct. I was approved to be eligible at the end of the year in 2020.
And then you started getting paid. When did you start getting paid?
I never did.
Okay,
so
got
I
it.
finally became eligible in December of 2020, and I was just about ready to submit for my first payment. And that was the day before they switched over to their brand new system.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
All the problems right now. And I got lost in the black hole, and I can't get out of it.
I get it. So
log in anymore.
You've never even you knew you were approved. Did you, by the way, print out your confirmation of approval?
Yes, I have that in writing.
Excellent. Excellent. And then when it came to actually getting a check, you could no longer log in.
Correct. And I've been stuck in that for 2 months now, and I can't get anybody to answer me.
Yeah, we'll get some help for you. That's a simple one. I just got mixed up on the dates. The reason it took you so long, a year, is because you had a severance that was running out. Well, that was very generous of them, giving you a year severance. So right now, you're behind how many checks had you been getting checks? If you were getting checks, you would have been paid for a while now, right?
Well, since the first week of January 2021, so that would be 6 weeks.
Wow. Okay.
Or 7 weeks now, yeah.
How are you getting along without the money?
Well, I'm fortunate to have a wife that is working. However, things are very tight right now.
I get it, man. I get it. Okay, so hold on, Mike. We do have, thank goodness, a contact there that can look at special cases. I don't know what they're doing, and I'm hoping he's going to be here to help us because the amount of people who are getting lost is incredible. Incredible.
He's supposed to come on next week.
Yeah.
The show.
I hope to gosh, because we've been saying that for on and on. He's been so busy, but I hope he comes on. We really need to talk about all this. Alan, what's going on with you, Alan?
Hey, I got a Cal Mini update.
A Mini update. Now tell me what's going on with your Mini.
That was a lift kit I ordered a few years ago. They finally shipped it, but
from where, Alan?
It was California that I ordered it from.
Okay.
The DA had to sue them.
Did you call us about this before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys shut their phones down.
That's right. That's right. Hang on. I want to do not hang up. I want to hear the details. Hang on, please.
Now. All right, Frank Duran, get found fast in a minute.
Sponsored by Betfred Sports.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, some volume slowing on I-25 in both directions heading into downtown, and a new crash northbound I-25 in the Tech Center approaching Orchard.
Also a little bit sluggish westbound I-70.
I found keto ice cream bars that taste just like Eskimo pies.
How low are they in carbs? Pretty good.
I think the carbs is like 2 grams, but they still carry some fucking, it's got some calories, but it's not crazy.
Who cares?
Oh, they're fucking so good. Here's the only downside, and really it's not downside. A box of 10 is $10 or $1 a box, but they fucking
Where do you get it?
Costco's the only place.
What are they called?
It says keto ice cream bars. Keto. God, they're so good. They taste as good as any regular chocolate bar you've ever had. Ice cream chocolate bar.
Oh my gosh.
Vanilla ice cream with
All right, Mark, I want to play a little game with you. I'll say a word, you say a word. When it comes to Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, first, a word.
Honest.
Negotiation.
That's a good one. Saves you money.
More than a word, but I get what you're saying. What about friendly? God, that's an overstatement.
I've never heard him say damn.
Yeah, clean, wholesome, ethical, honest, savvy, and successful for you, making you more money faster. Free evaluations of your home, whether you're going to list it or not. It's free because he wants to get to know the market better too. And I'm telling you, he bases it on real life. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. So, speaking of Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, that's a website. You may have a website. In fact, do you know most people go to the website first before they call a company? And a lot of people just assume their website's doing okay because, hey, I'm getting traffic, but they don't know if it could do better. Or they don't know how many people don't go there because they can't find them. What you need is analysis of your website, and it's free with no obligation from getfoundfast.com. That's the name of the company, getfoundfast.com.
CuriosityStream has thousands of documentary films and shows available on demand on any device. The Netflix for nerds, the Hulu for history buffs, the Disney Plus for scientists and us. There sure are a lot of streaming services, aren't there? CuriosityStream is the one you definitely need if you're the type of nature doc and chill. You're an armchair astronaut.
I want to promote a podcast too, Mark. I think this, we have to do more with our podcast. What I need today is podcasts are a big thing right now. And they're huge. We have a benefit of having a real deal podcast. I mean, a real podcast. So what we have to do, though, is our podcast is not listed in all the places podcasts are listed. And I want to know what we do about that.
It's in a lot of fucking places. Dude, it is you can go up to Alexa if you have Alexa at home and say, Alexa, play the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show podcast, and you'll start listening to it. It's on Google. It's fucking everywhere, man.
Okay, maybe
It's
I just assumed that, Mark, because that's what I was assuming. I was assuming it wasn't.
No, but they're really fucking it up with these commercials lately. But I think I finally got Jenny defined, and she's fixing the problem.
Thank you, Mark. Now,
it's
what can we do
fucking
to make it better?
Take all the commercials out.
Wait. Okay.
That's about it. Maybe we should do one.
Week is over next week.
You know what we should do? Why don't we do a 1-hour podcast where it's just me and you talking for an hour?
That's what I was thinking, but...
And that'll be separate than anything else.
I was thinking of something like that, but I didn't finish yet. I was thinking I want to do a podcast.
And then we can do just one advertiser once a week. Sponsored by
but I want to make it unclubs. I want to... That doesn't mean we stay up all the time, but I want to make it really fun. And I was thinking of that...
Well, lesson learning. I mean, really, a good lesson. Maybe we take the topic of the week, whatever it is.
24/7 emergency service also available.
I mean, it's got to be consumer.
Harris is gone. I mean, not Harris. Wait.
When is that as now?
Yeah.
They're still on RL, right?
Oh, they're good people. Yeah.
It's just, do they know their RL goes up, or do you want me to, or maybe they already are, I don't know.
Yeah, I never bring them down, first of all, to begin with. If they're up, they stay up. And I told Daphne that. I said, no, Daphne, don't offer a break. But if they're not on, they come on with us.
Yeah.
Indeed knows unexpected growth can stretch your business thin. Like Enemita's outdoor store, to keep sales climbing, she needs to get started hiring right away.
She sells seashells by the seashore. That's fucking hard. She sells.
I'm shocked by the bankruptcy thing.
Well, Uncle Sam seems to be bailing everybody out right now.
Giving somebody else on. That I used to have on. Hell of a fucking bankruptcy attorney.
Better not be.
I know. Why? Hell of a bankruptcy attorney, I'm telling you that. Can't stand the motherfucker.
Who?
Are we off?
No. You can't be who. You can't be who I'm thinking of. No way. No way.
Denver's talk station has your shot.
No way.
To the day, every weekday, listen at 5 past the hour for the 12K.
It never stops, does it? It never stops.
It's like a real fucking mail.
Real mail isn't new shit.
Real mail's like all junk mail now. I wish UPS would take over the postal service.
You know, I'm not going to fall for this shit anymore, so I don't give a shit what you say. I'm Tom Martino, okay? And we're here for you even when we're not here for you. 303-713-TALK is our number now, but 303 Martino is 24/7. Alan, the Cal Mini you called about originally, it was outrageous. Can you just explain that?
So they took the order, took the money, and they just never shipped it. And 2 years went by, and then you guys got involved, and they said they were going to send a check, and they never did.
Did I put them on the sleaze brigade? I wonder. I know. We told people to call. We told people to call them, and
yeah, I think there were a couple of times you blew their phones up.
Now, isn't it calmini.com, as I remember, CAL?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, these people, why didn't they send it? What was wrong with them?
I think that this guy had a nephew working in this part of the business, and he was just cooking the books and.
What happened? Okay, so we shut their phones down a few times, but I want to know what happened as far as you goes. How much did you pay?
Oh, it was a little over $1,000.
And again, they just wouldn't do anything. They kept saying they would. They didn't.
And you said something about the DA got involved. Did he get involved? They usually, he or she, I don't know, they get involved usually not for one person. They must have had a lot of complaints, yes?
Yeah, if you went to the Googled it, yeah, there were a lot of people in different countries.
So how did you find out that the DA got involved?
Off Google, and then it directed you to it was called How Many Scam Victims.
No fooling. And
then you could go to this website and get your form, send in your paperwork, and then at least you were on their radar. And
so,
then they basically
did you get your money?
Get a hold of them again.
Did you get your money?
No, I got what I ordered. Because I finally talked to the owner, and he's actually a pretty nice guy.
Do you think this place is bad in general, or do you think it was just a little burble?
He just had a bad employee.
Okay, well that's good.
A couple of them.
Man, I'm really happy you got your stuff. What was it that you were waiting for?
It was a lift kit for a little Chevy tractor.
I don't know why.
Put bigger tires on it.
Yeah. This site has all kinds of makes and models on there. By the name, I thought they worked with Mini Coopers, but they worked with. I don't know why they call it Mini. By the way, Cal Mini, is that his name or something, or is that California Mini?
No, it's just. He started out with the Suzuki Samurai, just a mini type vehicle.
All right,
just smaller. But then he worked his way up to bigger.
Well, man, thank you for letting us know. We appreciate that. Thank you. And stay listening. Tell people about it. 303 Martino for help, folks. Moving problems. We had a major one today. This woman ripped off. People get ripped off every day. I'm going to speed through these very quickly. Never, ever use the internet or Google to depend on when finding a mover. Never get a phone estimate, ever. Get everything in writing and in person, at least in person, when you meet at the pickup place. Meet at the pickup place. Don't ever, ever let them estimate without seeing and doing. Then insist on a contract that says guaranteed not to exceed. If they don't know what that is, do not do business with them. It's called guaranteed not to exceed. All right, but you need a company behind it. So I want you to get a national transporter. That's it, a national transporter. Never use a broker. Now, these national companies are like, give me a name, give me a name, Allied, right? Okay, now, but you have to find, that's only one part of the puzzle. You also need a reputable local agent. For example, like Johnson Moving and Storage. They're a local agent for, is it national they have? I'm trying to picture it in my brain, whatever it is. You get a national mover, a national carrier, and local agent. But the local agent, you check reviews and references. I want you to talk to references. If there is no way to do that, don't do it. Then, of course, you want to make sure you have someone to take your sentimental stuff. Never put it on with a mover. Sentimental stuff, you put in a car and you either ship it like a FedEx or you take it in a car. All right, I'm Tom Martino. You heard those tips, and I promise you, you need to follow them. They may seem extreme, but this is a time of a lot of ripoffs. Save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino.
Extra strength. Does extra strength have caffeine in it?
What is it?
It's fat.
Is it Excedrin?
Bear. But now
I don't know about Bear. Excedrin's the one that's got a lot of caffeine.
I like it.
Caffeine's very good for headaches, man.
Yeah, I know. Do you know if this one, because we're running out of the back body, do you know if this one has caffeine in it?
That's on the back, usually.
I can't find it.
I think all Excedrin has caffeine.
No, this is Bear.
Oh.
But do you know? Can you see caffeine in it?
I don't see any caffeine, Tom.
On the back either, right? No, I know. Okay.
I don't see any. Do you need caffeine?
No. I just want to have that. I want to replenish back and body. So either one of whoever gets When are you going to another run for Costco? Not for a while, right?
Probably soon.
Well, if you do, just pick. Hey, we can never have too much. Pick up one. I'll pick up one if I
Jack and body.
If I get there first.
Oh, you got that.
I got to do something about that post office box. I never get to it anymore. But yet I have so much shit going there.
Do you always have your key on you?
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you this. The next time, usually about once a week, I go with Mark to Racket Ball, which is by your P.O. box, and I sit in the car. I can run over and grab it, and I'll just let you know when I'm going.
Yeah, that's.
You know what I mean?
That's wonderful.
If that helps you out. Let me make sure I lost this.
So listen, Michael, a judge, federal judge in Texas, said that it was too far-reaching for the federal government, that the eviction ban is unconstitutional. So we don't know what that's going to happen, but I will tell you this, that the federal stimulus package would have extended it, or will extend it, till September. These landlords are dying because most people are using it as an excuse. It's not, it's an excuse. So I want to know what happens when all of these people move out or get evicted with owing $8,000.
Well, you know why it's unconstitutional? Because the Constitution says specifically, which is what makes our system work, is that the government can't interfere in contracts. Specifically. You can't abrogate the right of contract. Yeah, I agree. Landlords have mortgages too.
He was met by Republicans.
Landlords have mortgages to pay, but I wanted to know how do they plan to get out of it? Like, what's going to happen when people have to leave and they owe money? You know they didn't save the money up. What happens? Because you're going to have a bunch of people on the street, and other landlords, I think, are going to be pissed. And I don't think, are they all going to just switch places? So landlords that got fucked by one are going to let somebody else come in that fucked somebody else?
Right, I think so, or they're going to end up homeless, living in cars. And what's going to happen to all these Class A office space?
Yeah.
I don't get that at all.
All right.
Shred it for you? Yeah. Sure.
And I'm going to do a little work here. I think I need to do a post, a social post on moving problems. There's just too many of them. And then,
just don't pick a mover from Florida.
Honest to God, why is that? Oh, Suze, I'm just leaving this here right now.
Okay.
I just took it. You'll see it, or I'll put it over it. I moved it. So.
Yeah.
All right. So, guys, what do you have planned? Anything? You gonna go home and beat that little Aussie?
She's bringing me fucking yoga on a Saturday.
Go kick the Aussie. The little bastard. Stephanie says, does that little thing just follow that German Shepherd all over?
Yes.
How cute is
Never does not follow.
How cute is that? It's a girl, a little girl,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Have
All
a
right,
nice
guys.
weekend,
Later.
Tommy.
Bye.